Welcome in. We are live.
Woohoo!
Welcome to season 3 of All the Stars in the Sky, everybody. Congratulations for surviving Act 1 for the most part.
Yay.
Technically, we all managed to survive
We did it! We did it!
in various states of life and death.
Correct.
We breathing! We here! We winning!
I will give you that. You are all breathing.
Yes.
Is Kara breathing without a breathing tube?
She is. She is stable-ish.
Ish.
She is still on oxygen because they're not sure if she is getting enough oxygen to her brain, so that's a thing. But she's not being like she's not on a lung, so she is, respirating.
We out here.
We are at session 1 of the first or the second act. How's everyone doing?
Yay.
You know, things could be a lot worse. We could be opening up with funerals.
I mean, yeah.
You almost would have had to.
I know. I am super aware of that. I'm super aware. We should have.
Need
So-
to put Kara in a bubble.
Does anybody want to give a recap of what happened during the in-between session?
I can.
Go for it.
So a lot of it was the kids slowly waking up and kind of realizing the general state. The fact that they woke up in a decently equipped medical area, being taken care of by a bunch of people they didn't recognize because most of them went down and didn't stay awake long enough to realize that at the end of the finality, as the bomb went off, that a bunch of hosts arrived and helped them out. They woke up. Kaede was one of the first to wake up. Benji woke up, went and actually got some food. And slowly, all of the ones who were able to wake up got up and kind of got a little bit of a briefing and a rundown from Martha, I believe it was, who was someone that they had run into briefly before, a number of them, and gave them the here's what has happened, here's what happened after you all went down situation. They got told about the forest fire. They got told about generally the state of where they are and the fact that they managed to take the bunker that was being used by CTD and All For Me, Greed. And at the moment, they are holding it. And the area that they are in is an area of hotly contested territory between the turf war of some of the voices that are outside in the RQZ. They were also then told that there's living quarters and actual dorms and areas on this particular compound to kind of make it into something a little bit better than what they've had before, which is they've been living inside of and out of an RV and a car caravan since leaving Redacre back after sundown. So they went and were able to, a couple of them, pick out rooms. Wraith was pulled aside and told about the body count for the forest fire. Aurelia had a short conversation of some of the problems that I think Aurelia is going to have to deal with a little bit more, as the hunter informed that there is a problem with his chain that is going to be showing up as a potentially serious issue. One of the other things that happened was Lincoln was able to find Lillian, and Lillian was recovered and brought into the medical, and Lillian was able to wake up. Yay.
All right. So with that, we are starting with some information. While you guys haven't had a consistent communication with the inside, you do know that the Chorus network has been having some difficulties. You guys all woke up about 3 days after your run, and in that time, some of you were able to hear a broadcast that was sent out across all Chorus phones attached to the network. Every phone for every person. Stalker, Lucid, regular Chorus phone, Club Kid, no matter what. That address is fairly long, so I'm not going to play it. The short version of the address was that if you are awake and you were not before, welcome to the Resistance. Look for us, close your eyes, we will try to find you. To the Lucids, you're not the good guys here. To the Voice, we're coming for you. Shortly after that message had been broadcast, the network shut down. All of your phones have been kicked off of it. Some of your phones are toast. Those of you who have not done so already, to roll to determine if your phone is functional at all in any capacity, please roll me a random now.
Would Devin have found his, and was it on or off whenever it was the thing went out?
You do not have a Chorus phone.
Okay, yeah, true.
Kira's phone is probably not getting touched by anybody right now.
Kira's phone was on. Roll it.
Okay.
Kira's phone is fried. Anyone else?
Alex's Lucid father's phone would have been fine, right?
No, roll it. Any
If it
phone that
wasn't-
was reported missing is also subject to potential damage.
Okay, even if it was turned off?
If it was turned off, it is fine.
Okay.
Baxter, your main phone is fried. How many phones do you have?
He's got like 10, but they're all turned off.
Okay. One of the ones that was turned off will work, but your primary phone is toast.
Okay.
Anybody
At
else?
least it wasn't the bricking one.
Bungie's stalker phone I know was fine.
Mm-hmm.
His other phone was already toast. I rolled that before.
Gene, you have a phone, don't you?
I did. I already rolled it.
Okay.
Oh, like way back, and it fried.
Okay, Gene, your phone is toast. Those of you who have a dead phone, please mark in your inventory that your phone is dead. Following that, a day or two later, a second network had been put back up. Very, very spotty. And it was not the best service, especially because for you guys who are very, very far away from Redacre. At this point, because the only tower for this network is in Redacre in the deep woods, where some of you have visited before, you have to roll a 700 or better to get service at all on your phones. That will get worse as the weather changes, unless another tower or two goes up. That said, aren't you setting up base in a great big broadcast tower?
Yeah, we are.
Yep.
Oh shit.
Alex can use her mechanics to work on that.
Since the broadcast went out, the message from Arcana telling everyone the fight's not over. Some of you have just woken up. Some of you have been awake for a while. Keep fighting the good fight. After that broadcast went out, the network shut down. A few days passed. The network has sort of come back up, and you still haven't heard much from the inside, nor from the outside. There have been a large number of hosts that are now kind of loading up and coming into the compound. And some of you, well, let's start off and see where everybody's at real quick. We'll do left to right on screen. Go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us what you're doing.
Is that me?
That's you.
Hi, I'm Raven. I play Kaede.
Hey,
She's
Adam
probably-
has been discharged. And she is
Oh, she
awake
has.
again. Yes.
Yay. So is she in the room with me?
She is in the room. Adam is currently is wheelchair bound, not because her legs have been damaged or anything, but because her lungs took some damage and they don't want her to strain herself. So they want her to be in a wheelchair for a few more days now that the operation is over and she's woken up.
Okay. So how long ago did that happen?
She's been in the room with you for maybe 6 hours now. She was there when you woke up.
Okay. So I guess I could tell you that she probably hasn't slept very well.
Probably not.
No. Do I need to roll anything?
Roll me a physique.
Oh boy. It's a 3. Okay. That's better than I thought it was.
You don't feel awesome. You feel really, really tired. Go ahead and roll me a will save as well. Let's just see how your brain is doing.
Is that going to be a disadvantage? She's going through a lot.
It is not at disadvantage yet
Okay.
because you're holding out physically. But with Adam back in the room with you and you having your twin with you again and having somebody to talk to, you don't feel as bad as you did. You're not wallowing in despair at the moment.
Okay.
And you got to text Nora.
I did. She needs to talk to somebody about that phone. I don't know who she would talk to or who she would trust to talk to about it.
You do know some of the hosts that are with you guys. You've got Martha, who you can talk to. She's kind of the grandmotherly figure for the group.
She'll probably just hang out with Adam for a little bit.
The time it's about noon right now. You guys have been taking the time to sleep in, but the sun is out. You've got a window in your room. You can actually see the sun. It's great.
She'll probably just stay in her room with Adam and make sure that she's okay for right now.
Benji, where are you at? And who are you?
So, I'm Jay. I play Benji and Kira, and right now, Benji is probably he'd been talking on and off with Chance in their room, and Benji probably is heading down. He's trying to convince Chance that Chance needs to get his heart checked out. So he's probably going to head to the infirmary and see if he can talk to any of the hosts, because he wants to figure out what's going on with his sister, and he wants to make sure Chance actually gets looked at.
Okay. So you head down into the infirmary. I assume you have Chance in tow. We'll just hand wave him for now. And you see that it is a kind of bustling with activity, but not nearly as badly as it had been. You see that there are quite a few people that are in the infirmary right now. And a lot of them are unfamiliar. They look like they've been out in the woods for a while. They're getting checked over by some of the medics that are in the room. They like people that seem like they've been living rough or have been traveling a very long time on foot. I'm not sure where to go or what to do. You see a lot of these people are kind of confused. A lot of them are very tired. One of the medics glances up to you and breaks away from kind of an older woman he's checking out who is waving him off anyway. And says, hey, are you okay? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Right. What can I help you with?
Benji points to Chance. His heart's been bugging him. He mentioned something about a murmur getting worse.
All right, shit. Yeah, go ahead and sit down on one of the beds. We'll get him looked at.
The other kid that was with us. Benji kind of makes a height indicator.
Yeah.
My sister.
Suppose you want to know what's going on with her.
Yeah, a little bit. He made me not beat the door down. He looks, it gestures at Chance. He kind of made me not beat the door down to figure that out. But that's my sister. What's going on?
We're not sure. She was doing fine, physically, but sometimes she just crashes out of the blue. Her body's exhausted. She's got bruises and joint ruptures where there should not be for a child. But she's non-responsive. We don't think she's brain dead. But she's going to be in rough shape for a while.
Bungie is trying to process, and it looks like it's taking him a good couple of seconds to even figure out words. And you don't think she's brain dead, but what, you can't tell?
We don't exactly have the equipment to test. He gestures around at the kind of limited supplies of this infirmary. This ain't a hospital.
Yeah,
Nearest hospital is in Harrisonburg, and you know how that shit's going.
How far away is this location on a mental map from the clinic that we'd found?
This place is a good 40 or 50 miles away.
Okay.
Not in walking distance.
No, but like a good hour drive through crap dangerous territory. Never mind.
Yes. Also, the clinic's equipment is likely not going to be salvageable. A lot of it was sabotaged.
Thanks, Scarlett. I'm blaming her anyways. Benji just kind of takes off his glasses and is rubbing his eyes. Is there anything I can do?
Visit her, talk to her. We think she might be able to hear you. We're not sure. Atticus is seeing to her right now. Whether or not he'll make any progress, that's not sure. But he's brilliant, so if you're lucky.
Sorry, I'm Benji. I don't even know who you are. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Where can I? Can I talk to him? Hey.
He's with her in long-term care if you want.
Okay. Thanks.
Name's William, by the way.
Nice to meet you.
You as well.
Where are the other people from?
All
Or-
over. People woke up the other night. They were sleepers.
Oh, shit.
Something happened inside the town. Everything got real quiet.
They dropped a bomb.
What now?
We were Old Town. For lack of a better term, I think they called it a bomb.
Oh, fuck.
It shut off the song for a bit. So but it. Old Town's not my specialty. It's my sister's, actually.
See.
Someone else You know who Lincoln is? Glasses, punchable face.
Yeah, we've spoken once or twice now.
He could probably tell you more about it, or who crafted it and what it does. We were trying it here too for the instrument. How loud is the instrument right now?
Here, it's not.
Nice.
You remember when the host had come to get you guys originally, how you had kind of walked through some of the area, and you'd seen a lot of the strings inside of the building cut, as if somebody had taken actual like big wire cutters and cut all of these strings. Occasionally, you hear a little bit of a swell from the lowest levels, which are still part of the maze, but nothing real major. It's fairly quiet here, actually.
Okay. If they did something too, if they dropped it again, Lincoln would know. It's probably why they're waking up.
And then it sounds like maybe we've got a weapon in this, but I'll talk to your mate and we'll see what to do next.
Fuck. This place isn't equipped for everyone who's coming into it, is it?
I mean, it's not equipped. There were a lot of people here before. A lot of them woke up and some of them got driven out. People were living here before. And a lot of those people left in a hurry. We suspect when whatever happened to Harrisonburg happened, that there was a negotiation made between the elders and, well,
Yeah.
the infection.
They wanted to call. Fuck. I don't know if we can. If there's shit you need, the kids I'm with are pretty good at lifting stuff. Or at least we might know some places. You might know places.
We've got some places in mind, but you kids are really the only reason any of us are still talking, or breathing for that matter, so I'll just be real with you. You know more about what's going on here than we do, so we're following your lead.
Put together some lists of some of the stuff you need. I mean, shit, even a wish list of what would make this place needed. We need to dig in here, which means we need to be able to make sure we can keep everyone up as best as we can.
Don't we know it?
And look, I know I'm preaching to choir, and shit, I don't know. Talk with Lincoln. He's the one calling shots here. But if there's stuff you guys need, we can see what we can get and work out.
Yeah.
So I know there's also at least a couple of gearheads too. They might be able to rig some stuff up.
That'd be good. There's a lot of equipment in here that we could probably repurpose, but with trying to get everyone situated and cleaning out the basement level, it hasn't been easy. But you should go see your sister.
I'm gonna go do that. Thanks. William,
Sure.
right?
William, yeah.
Yeah.
William Graves. He extends a hand to shake.
Benji reaches out and shakes a hand. Benji Sarin. I'm gonna go find, you said Atticus?
Ah, yeah, Atticus Winchester.
All right. Thanks.
Sure thing.
Benji goes to look for Atticus.
Okay. Baxter. Next on screen. Introduce yourself and what are you doing?
Hello, I play Baxter. Right now, Baxter is probably laying in bed. Because he probably can't do much.
You can get up and move around. You're still kind of in your brace, and it's helping. You're still very, very sore, but you have been advised that you still probably need to get up and walk around sometimes.
Okay. So then I guess he's gonna walk around and look at the base.
Okay, you just go to explore.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll me a random real quick. As you go to explore the base, you find that it's kind of packed. Not in your guys' dormitory area, but you see that there are other like dormitory locations. There's one on the sub basement. There's one in the basement. There are areas that you see are being converted into like short-term shelters for a lot of the people that are coming in. But you see a lot of strangers just suddenly pouring in. There are a lot of people who were, like Benji had observed, living very rough or had been out on the road on foot for a long time. And you see a lot of awake people.
Man, that's a lot of people that are coming in. He
You
says
run
to
in.
himself.
You run into Martha as you're kind of meandering. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine for the most part.
For the most part.
Yes.
I suppose your condition would make up the rest.
Yeah.
Where are the others? I'm gonna need to talk to you kids here in a minute.
From what I know, Wraith is in his room. Aurelia is around as well, I think. Jean and Izzy might be in one of the rooms.
They'll
As
probably
for the
dorm.
others, I'm not sure where they are.
Right, well, when you're done exploring, head to the cafeteria. I'll talk to all of you there.
Okie doke.
Go get some food. And Martha heads towards the dormitories. You do anything else, Baxter? Or you just go and meander some more?
Just go and meander for another 10-15 minutes, then he'll head
Okay.
to the cafeteria.
Okay. Next
After
on.
letting the others know.
Okay. So, Baxter, you head back to the dorm. You let everyone know that Martha's going to want to talk to you, and you wander off. Next on screen.
Ah, who are you people?
Who are you?
Worst nightmare.
I am Rin, and I play Wraith. And Wraith is locked in his room.
How's it going in there, Ray?
You know, not too well, but you know, I have a window, I think.
No, you do.
Yeah, so you know, small things.
You're gonna stay in there?
He's just gonna stay curled up on a ball on the floor. This is fine.
Go ahead and roll me a will save. You are at disadvantage.
Hold on, please hold. Let me find it. Where is it? Hold on. I got this.
Do you?
I can pretend.
You're not inconsolable at the moment. You're not doing great. You're still
Yeah.
curled up in a ball in the corner. And then there's a soft knock at your door.
He's gonna roll around a little bit and then just look at the door. It's like, yeah.
The door opens slightly and Martha kind of pokes her head in. Hey, are you all right?
No.
I can see that. Do you feel up to talking about it yet?
Nah. I'll work through it.
All right. I won't push it, but I think you do need to talk to somebody. Maybe not now, but when you're ready. In the meantime, I wanted to talk to you guys in the cafeteria about what happens next.
Okay.
You also need to eat some food.
He looks around the room like, yeah, I'll do that.
You've been in here for a few days.
Don't suppose I can just get something to go when we're done, huh?
It would probably help if you weren't alone for all of this. I know it doesn't feel that way, but I have seen isolation cause a lot of damage in the wake of trauma.
Probably can't match the damage of the fire, though.
You'd be surprised.
He looks around the room and then grabs his walking stick. Like, okay, I'll head to the cafeteria then, I guess.
Martha will nod, reach a hand out and squeeze his shoulder, and then she'll step back out again.
He gives like a little wave and just kind of drags himself out of the door. Because his legs probably still hurt too.
You are pretty sore. It's not as bad as you thought it was going to be. This many days later, you're still, like a low grade throbbing as opposed to like agonizing pain constantly, which is what it started as. So, hey, silver lining.
Yeah, I can walk.
You can walk. Does Braith do anything else?
He's just gonna peek down the hall and see whose door's open. If anybody's like kind of meandering around, then he's gonna go to the caf.
Okay. Wraith starts heading off to the cafeteria. In the long-term care room, a doctor is kind of leaning over Kira, running tests. He's shining a light into her eyes. He has her hooked up to an EKG. As Benji, you walk in and see that your sister is still unconscious.
Benji pauses at the threshold and then knocks his knuckles against the door jamb.
The doctor standing over Kira is looking down at a clipboard and without looking over at you says, it's open.
Thanks. You're Atticus?
The man pauses and lowers the clipboard, glances back over his shoulder at you. Yes, I am Atticus. You must be this girl's, brother, I assume?
Yeah.
Right. Well, good to meet you. He extends a hand.
Benji will cross over and take the hand and shake it. How's Kira doing?
Well, she is stabilizing, but we aren't sure why she's continuing to crash. It seems to be at random.
She's still crashing? Sorry, I'm not.
At the moment, no.
Okay.
This room would be a lot more hectic if that were the case. For now, she is stable.
How long she been stable? I guess not awake, but is she getting better?
No, but she's not getting worse, so.
Okay. Can you tell me what exactly is going on or what you think is going on?
That's a difficult question. I'm I had to take a guess, it's likely that anything that is happening to her is happening within the confines of her mind. The term mind over matter is not simply a self-positivity ideal.
So, the fact that she's not waking up is what, a choice?
Oh god, no. She is in, or was rather, in quite dire straits. Whatever she did exerted her mind and body so deeply that she danced on the cusp of death for several days. I'm not going to sugarcoat this with you, it's disingenuous to both of us. But she is no longer standing on that cliff, so it is not a matter of her will that she is in this state, but a matter of her mind, if you understand.
Was it what we did?
The old tongue is not the safest thing to do in normal circumstances. This was not normal circumstances. This was not normal old tongue, to my understanding. Whatever you did fundamentally altered, at least for a short time, the reality of your immediate vicinity.
Yeah. That sounds about right.
We bore a lot of the stress of that.
Benji puts his hands sort of in his pockets and lets out a slow breath. Okay. I'm not real good at not being blunt. I think I don't want to make things worse by getting in your way. What can I do to help?
If you don't have a medical degree, I will be honest that there is very little that you can do to help me. However,
Which is why I don't want to get in your way.
if you wish to help her, I found that patients respond positively to the voices of loved ones when they are in long-term comatose care.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have a medical degree. I think I graduated high school. That's about as far as I think I got.
That's a good start, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't. Tell me when I can talk to her. Like, when it's not going to be when you're doing things.
I have a few more tests to run. I'm monitoring her brain activity. In a couple of hours, though, she will be in a better state to receive visitors.
Okay. How about I give you a couple of hours and come back then?
Certainly.
Okay. Benji kind of takes in another breath. I'm going to roll his will save to see how he's actually doing in terms of reaction right now.
Sure.
Benji. Why couldn't you roll this earlier? Okay.
Benji, you're doing okay. It seems that Kira is in pretty capable hands. This guy also seems a little bit familiar, and you're not really sure why.
And he just sort of. Have we met before?
I don't think so.
Okay. I'm gonna go check on the others, and I don't. I have a phone, but I don't think you can text it. But if you tell me a good clear time, I'll make a habit of stopping by every night we're here, in the area, in
Yes.
case we go out.
I'm your Benji, yes.
Yeah.
I know where your dormitories are. I can come by and we'll talk about making communication.
Thanks.
Certainly.
She's got some other friends too. If they ask and they want to stop by, let them.
Of course.
Thanks.
Atticus turns back to the machine.
Benji heads back out from long-term care.
Next on screen.
No.
Yes.
Yo.
Yes. Who are you?
I'm Suma. I play Aurelia, and she is probably doing her usual thing, which is roaming around the halls. Hopefully not scaring people along the way.
You're meandering. Go ahead and roll me a random real quick. Damn. You're meandering a lot. You do run into a lot of people. You run into other kids kind of your age. You run into, as you're wandering around, you run into kind of a familiar face. Aurelia was in the club, even if briefly. But you run into a kid that you recognize as Daxton. Turns and squints at you and says, Aurelia?
You mean to me? She would probably just turn around and just look a bit confused. She has seen way too many faces.
From the Blackout Club, right?
Yeah. Hello.
I'm Dax. He doesn't look like Dax anymore. His hair is kind of matted and gnarled. He's covered in dirt and kind of grime. His clothes are a little bit tattered. He looks exhausted. He's almost unrecognizable.
Rough times.
He kind of looks around. Yeah, kind of.
Aurelia is not the person to socialize with. That's the...
Nope. He looks at you. You guys also left town. Are there more of you here?
If you are here.
Oh, good. Awesome. Okay. Shit. I'll let the others know. I've got other kids here with me too, so that's great. He kind of rubs the back of his neck. We'll catch up later. I gotta go check in with the others. It was good to see you again. And he disappears into the crowd.
See you later. I'm very lucky that Daxton wasn't usually outside to see Aurelia stalking. Anyway.
Daxton is not aware that you were a stalker. Gwen might have been.
Look at me.
Oh, shit.
Aurelia, you continue to wander around, and like Baxter had seen, and like Benji had seen, you see that there are a lot of people in the compound now. There are a lot of very tired people. You can probably take a guess as to what happened. And you get the sensation that the song being quiet here and all these people showing up, the bombs being dropped, had put a significant dent into Speak as One's, basically into their forces, and deprived them of a whole lot of sleepers. After a little while, you kind of make your way into a room and you see a lot of hosts that look at you, and you look back at them and you feel a sort of kinship with them as you make eye contact. One of them simply gives you a nod, does not speak, continues what they're doing, but you, Aurelia, are now aware that you are not the only Hunt the Strong host in this building. And there are maybe others as well.
The bean does not show it, but the bean is happy. She has finally seen some Hunt the Strong hosts for once.
For however long it lasts.
Shush.
Does Aurelia do anything else?
Probably not really. She might just vibe a bit around if they let her, because she's like, oh, there's a hunter host. I don't know what to say to them, but I'm here.
You
Might
just
as
kind of
well.
you just kind of sit down and hang out with them. Okay.
Might as well, right?
All right. You're just sitting down with the hosts. Okay. Next on screen.
I had to actually unmute myself. Okay. So, Alex, between her leg hurting, the pain bringing back memories of that, and being worried about Lillian and Kira, I'm not sure how well she's been able to sleep, especially with the pain. I think she has to roll for both nightmares and for her leg, right?
Yes.
Okay. What do I
Will
need
for
to-
nightmares, physique for the leg.
Is it disadvantage for the nightmares because of the leg pain?
No, it is not. The silence counters the disadvantage. You had not great dreams. You still wake up okay. You did get some rest.
No indicators that she was sleepwalking again?
Not so far.
And that's for the leg.
Just don't go into the murder room. Your leg is actually feeling okay today. Yesterday it was throbbing pretty bad and you were having a hard time walking on it. Today, there's still some pain when you walk, but it's not nearly as bad or debilitating, so you're able to get up and move around.
So she'll probably have to use the crutches for walking around. She'll have gone by the infirmary, I guess, probably having physical therapy and checkups done on that leg.
Mhm.
And asking how Kira is, and does she see Benji when she's coming down for the infirmary to check her leg today?
You do see Benji come in. You're one of the kids in the beds. You see Benji come in and talk to you. You know him to be William. They speak for a little bit, and then Benji leaves. William will come back over to you, and he'll continue working with you on your leg. All right, that's good progress today. How are you feeling?
Well, I don't think I'm going to be doing any running anytime soon, but better than I was before.
I would recommend against it, but, you kids. Well, good. You should be good to go here in a minute. I think Martha's looking for you.
Alright, where would I find her?
She said something about asking you kids to go into the cafeteria. You need to eat something anyway.
Alright, I'll head that way after I check on my friends in long term.
Oh, yeah. Go for it. Atticus is up there with her now.
And Lillian?
She's in her room now, resting.
That's good at least. Thanks.
See you tomorrow.
Yep. And she's gonna hobble off on her crutches, just like look in on long term and just see if Benji's there with his sister, and then she won't want to interrupt while he's in there.
You head up to long term and you see there is Benji in there. He's talking to Atticus. They're kind of talking in low voices. Benji seems to steel himself and then also passes you when he leaves.
You good?
Yeah, I'm fine. How's your leg?
Well, been better, but also been worse. She's gonna like try to. Benji's probably tall, so she probably has trouble keeping up with him on the crutches.
Benji walks fairly slowly. Is RTD still helping him stay awake?
Yes, he is.
Okay. So he's walking at a kind of easy pace, not a ground eating pace, just a very kind of easy to keep up with walk. He's used to pacing around Aurelia, so he's used to walking with short people.
Wow.
It's true. Aurelia
I mean-
did it. So, he's used to being able to figure out ways of keeping pace. I mean, fuck, Kira's tiny too.
He sure is.
She's usually, chasing her, but that's a totally different problem. So he's walking slow enough that Alex on crutches will be able to keep up. Atticus is doing some tests right now. He's going to stop by later, and we're going to talk about times when visits would be okay.
That's good. She's definitely worried all of us. But how are you holding up?
Benji shoulders lift a little bit. There's a pause as if he is waiting to try to make sure that RTD is not going to interrupt and call him on his bullshit. I'm fine.
Are you lying?
Oh, yeah.
Roll your deceive.
He probably has a better deceive than Alex has insight.
No, Benji's deceive is very low.
Insight or empathy. Empathy is generally the primary skill used for people reading, but you can use insight if you have the stun for it. Oh, God.
Benji is not good at lying.
And Alex isn't good with people.
Alex,
Yep.
you can definitely see that just Benji's putting on a face. Deep down, he's probably not okay, but he's probably managing for now. And that him saying, I'm okay, probably just means until I'm not.
You probably should talk with Chance about improving that poker face. She kind of is like trying to joke. But she's also
Benji
clearly not
let-
good with people.
Benji lets out a very long exhale. Just, yeah, I'll ask when he's out. I might have left him with the doctors for a little bit.
He'll be alright.
Oh, hi.
Too bad we can't put little bells on them or something for them to like announce when they're about to talk.
What, you don't feel the finger on the back of your neck?
It's alright. Ding-a-ling-a-ling.
I'm not a host, so
No, that's just a voice thing, I thought. Isn't it?
Sometimes.
I think I feel every single one of them here right about now. So it's like a whole somebody put a bunch of fruits in a blender in my head.
Yeah, this place is, kind of hopping home.
Yeah, that's one way to put it.
And there's a reason for that. And we'll talk about it in a minute.
Okay.
I guess it has to do with why Martha wants to see us all.
Mm-hmm.
Martha wants to see us.
Sure is.
Okay.
In the cafeteria, but does Alex know that the headset is probably not doing the best? I think did she have to repair it after what happened?
It was damaged and you did know that, yes.
Okay, would you've had time to repair it for Benji?
You probably have it halfway done, but not fully finished. So you're still working on it. Benji is fortunate in that the song is very quiet here. So you do have the extra time to make sure it's done correctly. And maybe improve its battery life because God knows Benji needs it bad.
Well,
No, it's fine. He can just fall asleep. Nothing's gonna go wrong.
Yeah, okay.
hopefully before whatever thing we got to get sent out on next time I can finish up with the headset. It's a work in progress. I'm making sure it's better than before. Don't worry, I won't paint it tie-dye.
Mm.
You might not have to. Just saying.
Don't tell me that Izzy snuck in and did that.
I'm just saying not yet.
It makes her happy, so if she does, or even if she puts stickers on it, it makes her happy, and there's not a whole lot else we can do that does that, so if she does, it's okay.
I guess I'm not used to a sibling thing. Only kid, all that.
Kira did a lot worse. I think it was the worst influence, though.
I'm gonna need some of those stories probably at some point. But calf, food.
Right. Was there something he vaguely looks up that you wanted, or was it just passing the message?
At the moment, just passing the message.
Any of your hosts back? More of them?
I feel.
So you're not... Oh, good. You're not just stuck with us three then.
Not fully, no. But, we do need to talk about that.
Okay.
I guess add it to the whole agenda.
It's on the list.
Fuck. Alright. I guess cafeteria then. Is everyone else there, or anyone need a hand getting there? Something? I don't know.
You might need to find the, tiny one.
I'll go look for Pale. Sky. I'll go find her. That's the right tiny one, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of tiny ones.
You really do.
You know, we'll put stilts on one of them.
I think that's how that works. Okay.
No, we'll put stilts on one. It's gonna work.
Alright. Anyway,
Which way did Sky go?
I'm not a keeper.
Yeah. Fuck it. I'm not talking to the dog.
I'm not either, but can Alex kind of get a sense of where the hunter's presence is most congregated?
Not really. This place is kind of crazy.
There's too many random voices all the fuck over.
Yeah, Alex can't focus because she gets headaches probably from it.
Benji's just gonna head over and he knows Aurelia and how she tends to wander, or generally a lot of pathways. So he's going to see if he can pick out, if he was tracking her down, how to track her.
Mm-hmm.
And see if he can find her.
Okay, go ahead, roll and investigate.
Okay.
And as Benji begins his hunt for the small one, next up on screen.
Hey, it's Gene.
Hi, Gene. What you doing, buddy?
Gene's probably. What time is it? Like, do we have a?
It's about noon. You haven't been awake very long. You kind of woke with a start for the first time today. You have been unconscious for a while. And you wake to find your room is covered in tie-dye, and glitter posters and macaroni art. And you see, in a place of pride, on a pillow beside you on the bed is the executioner.
Gene kind of like, he wakes up out of this and he's not really taken aback by it. He's like, well, it's not blood or anything like that. I kind of like it. And then he looks to his side and just sees the executioner going. She probably did that.
At that moment, your door opens and Izzy runs in and throws you, or throws herself around you in a hug.
Oh, hey.
You're awake.
Yeah.
Hi.
How you doing? Hey, how you doing?
I was scared you weren't gonna wake up.
Well, I was asleep, but I'm awake now. What I miss?
We have new rooms, and I decorated your room, and oh, I made you something.
And she leaves the room.
Oh, okay. All right.
She runs back a few minutes later and unfurls a tie-dye cape with the judge written across the back of it. Again, the E is backwards.
No way. You did that?
Because you're a superhero, right?
I guess I am.
I made you a cape.
That's awesome.
And she will hold it out to you.
Gene kind of like flexes his hands a little bit because I'm assuming he being out for most of the week, in and out, didn't really move or get up too much.
You did not. Your muscles are kind of sore. There was a little bit of atrophy, not super bad, but you definitely are going to need to walk around a bit.
Gotcha. Gene slowly pushes himself up to sit at the edge of the bed, and he takes the cape, flourishes it out before him to get a sense of how big it really is.
Mm-hmm.
And then slowly he'll try to stand and then whip it around and then settle it, tie it around his neck to suit the cape.
It's a cape that goes down to about your hips. Because a long cape would be really hard to fight in, and Izzy knows that superheroes need to be able to fight. I think The Incredibles was out by now, wasn't it?
The first one, yes.
No capes.
No capes.
No capes.
And Izzy wants to make sure that you're the best equipped superhero you can be.
I think it suits really well. What do you think?
It looks really cool.
It feels really cool.
She lights up. She is so thrilled, and she hugs you again.
Also, Martha's looking for us.
Is she?
Are you hungry?
Where? I am pretty hungry.
We go to the cafeteria?
Yeah, show me around.
She will take your hand and drag you out the door. Go ahead and roll a physique for me at disadvantage.
Sure.
Because you're sore.
And disadvantage.
Okay. Your limbs are kind of sore. Your muscles are sort of protesting, but you're able to keep up with Izzy's tiny child energy pretty well. And so you are managing right now. She drags you off towards the cafeteria. Kaede, you hear some commotion in the hallway. Adam is sitting in her chair near you, and you guys are just kind of talking amongst yourselves. Adam wheels over to you and kind of nudges you. Hey, have you gotten any food yet today?
Yes.
Are you trying to lie to your twin sister?
Oh yeah, she's totally lying.
Roll deceive with disadvantage.
Oh, I didn't realize her deceive was so bad. Shit.
The twin that's been in the room with you for 6 hours and has seen that you haven't left it for food. That twin?
Oh.
That twin that also knows you very well. Yeah, you're a terrible liar.
I'm working on it.
You, and Benji both have the worst poker faces. I can't express how bad you would lose at a game of poker.
That's why I don't play poker, especially with Chance, because he cheats.
But Then cheat back.
I'm not very good at poker.
Lucia,
Adam snorts.
Ha, yeah. You're lucky you're hurt.
You couldn't do anything if you wanted to. Adam will throw a pillow at Raven.
She'll throw it back at her. I missed you. You scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, that scared me too. I didn't realize how bad that was gonna get. Like, we've done Old Tongue before, right? And it's never been like that.
No, it's never been like that. That was different from anything that we've done. I'm just glad you're okay.
I'm glad you're okay too.
Okay as I can be.
I know it's rough. But hey, we've actually got a room now. She kind of gestures around.
When was the last time we actually had a room?
Been, what, since before sundown?
I mean, I couch hopped between Nora and Evie, so.
I stayed at the boxcar a lot. So, before that even.
Yeah. Probably before we came to Red Acre.
Since before. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, that means we can decorate it, right?
It's just hard to think that this will be permanent, you know?
I don't think anything is permanent, really. I mean, being stuck in a hospital bed means I had a lot of time to think about things, you know?
Like what?
Like the fact that we could lose.
Yeah. There's that.
But so far we haven't, so even if things aren't permanent, let's try to make the best of them. So, you know, no wasted opportunities.
Yeah.
Even if it's not permanent, at least for the however long we're here, we'll have a room that feels like ours, right?
Yeah, I guess. I talked to Nora.
How's she doing?
She's okay. I gave her a heart attack when I texted her. She wasn't expecting it.
Oh. How are things in town?
Not good, she said.
I bet not.
She didn't really give me any details. She just said it wasn't good. But she was glad that we were okay.
Well, they're alive. We're alive. Let's count it as a win.
Yeah. Do you think Mom's really gonna show up?
I don't think we could stop her if we wanted to.
I worry about her showing up.
I kind of do. But
I
you
thought
know
you were
that,
mad at
like,
her.
I mean, I am, but she's kind of like the I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with me kind of, you know? I guess I'm more worried for everyone else.
And she's gonna come in and just immediately take over.
not take over, but well, she might have opinions.
She always does. Where do you think I get my mouth from? It's not from Dad.
No shit. I noticed.
Uh-huh.
Any other word from the others?
I haven't left the room. Honestly.
You need to eat.
I know.
I also need to eat, so wheel me to the cafeteria.
Okay. And she will stand up and wheel Adam to the cafeteria.
Okay.
After like hugging her, like from behind, like hugging her.
Adam hugs back. Her
You
near-death
scare me like that.
experience has left her a little weaker, but she's there.
You scare me like that again, and if you die, I will bring you back and then I will kick your ass.
Sorry.
And Kaede will add him to the cafeteria.
All of you begin assembling in the cafeteria. Benji, you went in search of a tiny a sky bean, yes?
Yes.
See, it's not actually, Aurelia, you're not making any effort to hide. No, you're just kind of hanging out with these hosts.
Yep.
It takes you a bit to find her, Benji, but you do find her in a room full of people that give you kind of a not an uncomfortable vibe, but one that makes you wary. As many hunter hosts would.
Benji probably shifts and leans a little bit back on sort of how Red Eye would handle that, which unfortunately I realized mimics Zeke a little bit.
Uh-huh.
So shoulders loose, hands in his pockets, and his posture is it's not a challenge so much as just I'm not feeling threatened by you. I'm here because I need to or want to.
No, he learned from his teacher.
He did. Hey, Sky.
Yes.
You free? Or are you busy right now?
I'm free.
You want to come grab some food with me?
That sounds like a good idea. She would probably on the way towards the door wave at the host a tiny bit. She is an awkward bean, but she's a happy bean.
One of the hosts, kind of an older gentleman, gives you a small wave back.
Yay.
Found a what pack would it be for you? Found a bunch of your other hosts. Something like that.
I think so.
Oh, that's good. As long as everything's alright, let's go grab something from the cafeteria. Benji will turn over and head out. He's gonna probably, now that he's slipped there, keep that particular posture, walk, because he is walking with somebody at this point. Martha wants to talk to us too. Yeah, something is either up or something we need to do, or maybe just even an idea. You're okay though, right? Now?
Yeah, I'm fine. Oh, before I forget, there might be club kids around, just so that you know, in case
Club.
you know.
Club kids?
I haven't seen the club kids, but one of the HQ ones. But you know, just be wary in case someone suddenly might punch you for stalker reasons.
If anyone goes after you, let me know.
I should be fine.
If they try.
I know. Just like good old times. But without the phone this time.
Is yours working, by the way?
Well, the normal phone is probably burning in the corner.
It
But-
did almost catch fire.
It was
Oh God,
55
that's right.
You
It was
rolled
55.
very poorly.
I think it's probably burning in the corner.
Yeah,
I
your phone
haven't
is
checked-
toast.
I haven't checked my Stugger phone for a long, long time. It's turned off. For reasons.
Mine still works.
It's good. Maybe. Possibly. Probably. I know I need to message, who, but
Let me know when you've got a phone that works, or I can. Oh, you're gonna need a phone that works. Or
it's more like that
use
I
mine
will
later,
need.
maybe.
It's probably that I need a phone that works, and then you help to figure out how to even start a message like that. It's. I don't know.
We can figure it out. I can also text him and ask. We'll figure it out, but I've got his number still. And I'm gonna go see what Martha wants before we get hunted down by somebody. Because I kind of feel like we're gonna get tattled on.
This sounds like a good idea for now. And thanks. She would just offer a small hug because, of course, Benji is there for the pain.
Benji will return the hug. And like I said, if anyone gives you trouble, just let me know. I'll handle it. They head to the cafeteria.
Okay.
Are there any kids in the cafeteria?
There's your team.
That's good.
Okay. Everybody makes their way to the cafeteria, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Devin's passed out somewhere.
Devin, you're unconscious entirely. Okay. So everybody makes their way to the cafeteria, yes?
Yep.
Okay. As you do so, everybody, you kind of sit down around the tables, and Martha steps in. She is still on a walking stick. She's still got bruises everywhere, but she is better. One of her arms is still in a brace. She makes sure everybody's sitting and then sits down at the table with you.
Are there blares if you're not sitting?
No, but it's hard to eat standing. So, I suppose we should talk about what happened. We finally got word from in town this morning. My son reached out.
That's fuck. What was his name?
Greg?
Yes, Greg Carter. He's with a contract in town. They got the update about how many people were affected by the bomb. Between in town and out here in the quiet zone, 8,300 people.
Holy shit.
How many of those in town?
7,000.
Oh,
It hit those in town in a much wider spread than those out. It seems like the talking heads put a stop to the broadcast before it was able to reach fully out here, but it did wake more than 1,000 people here. I'm sure you've noticed the number of wayward souls out here. But we know why the spread is so disparate. There aren't that many people out here that are still asleep fully. Over time, they've been moved more and more into town. They are getting close to whatever it is they're planning with this Red Dawn. That is not the worst of it, though.
Okay.
Most unpleasant version of wait, there's more.
But wait, there's worse. You know that greed is unbound, yes?
Yeah.
Adam looks alarmed. What?
Benji looks off away from watching Martha's face.
Greed was unbound that night. And the martyr sacrificed himself to save the pit boss.
An actual dumbass. Knickers.
Benji folds his arms and stands up. And just leans against probably the nearest either pillar or wall.
Furthermore, some of you may have noticed that the network in the radio quiet zone has gone batshit. Adam will then say, "Is that why I smelled burning electronics when I woke up?"
Benji looks at Aurelia.
Some phones blew up.
Only some?
That I know of.
How many of your phones blew up, Doorkicker?
About 4. But the rest were off.
A lot of people have woken up. A lot of people don't have places to go. We wager we've got probably 400 or 500 here at the compound, which means that there are a few hundred more out still in the quiet zone with nowhere to go. Furthermore, the network is so spotty and, well, bad, that getting service or being able to broadcast any kind of signal to anyone is impossible. We're not able to reach anybody who we had hoped or called in for reinforcements. We're lucky we got the reinforcements we did. Everybody at this time, go ahead and roll me your first group luck of Act 2.
Ah, great.
Give me that shit!
That sounds about right, Benji. Hey, there's
Oh,
our first hit!
hey, look at that.
Let's go. Chaos.
Do I need to re-roll Arcana?
You do need to reroll, yes. Oof.
Oh.
I've never seen that 98 before.
Never seen it in my life.
That's technically low.
You know, I just am going to point out that I'm continuing my tradition of having the worst roll.
It must be Tuesday.
It's a day ending and why?
Yay.
That's our second Hail Satan tick. Woo.
Yay!
Unless you want to wipe the one that we got during the interlude.
Ah, no.
No, that one counts, I'm pretty sure.
I am unhappy. I think it's my first time I got a tick.
That was so close too. That was almost bad.
It was almost very bad. You don't want to summon the devil here. It may not even be Zeke. Your devil might be worse.
Snap.
Martha's face looks a little grim. The way we wager it, those who are still lost out there will need some kind of way to find this place. We need a beacon of some kind. It will also turn attention on us anyway, but they know we're here regardless, so it doesn't matter if they know precisely where we are because they have this place mapped anyway.
And we have, you said 4,500 people?
450.
Oh, that's okay. I mean, that's still a lot of people. So, I mean, if they know where we are, that's okay. They probably knew anyways. But we have these 400 plus people that I would assume, want to help protect this place. So
They
kinda
need
works.
equipment.
They do.
Yeah. Yes.
But I don't think you kids can get equipment for 400 people.
Yeah, no, I don't think they have a wholesale of weapons around here.
What you can do, however, is what you've been doing up until now and what you will probably continue to do, which is to give the talking heads hell and repair things that they have broken. This place is a radio tower. If we could complete the necessary repairs, undo some of the sabotage that the infection had done on its way out, this place could be the radio tower and the cell broadcast tower. Hook up with the network in town. This is critical because the deliberative is coming. And if we're not able to sync up, then we are in some trouble.
See if you can put out feelers to the host here, see who else might have radio mechanical knowledge. I'm good, but I could use some help too. And maybe we can point us to the control room and get to work on that.
Well, first I think you'll need to make an assessment about the damages, but yes, we can do that. With the deliberative, we are going to be discussing what the next path forward is.
How much of this place have we checked?
Well, the sub-basement has been off limits.
And that's where the death room is, right?
It is.
Oh joy, that room.
Our thought is perhaps it'd be better to just drown the place.
Is that going to actually fix the problem it makes?
We don't know. No one can get close to the door. Anyone that has gotten close to the door has gone inside and not come out. If they remember going at all.
That's bad.
Yes.
GM, remind me again what that room is.
The death room is the room that when you guys had gone looking for the generator in your first attempt to take down the tower, that Wraith had felt was a room full of death and had steered you guys away from it. That room is still there.
Maybe we can put up some kind of old tongue ward.
I mean, couldn't we just board it up?
It's kind of like touching a red door, probably. Get close
Probably.
enough to board it up, you're gonna have that problem.
And it won't stop the influence from it.
There was a... Hold on. Look. Head boss, yeah. God. What's the word you guys had on the RV, remember?
Not really relevant. It's a word to turn the chorus away.
Yeah, no, but can you do something kind of like the fences to turn people away from it? We could set up a barrier while we figure out what to do.
The old tongue that we used was specific to the talking heads. It'd have to be modified pretty heavily. And the trick is that if anyone else gets that old tongue, that sequence, if I stitch it together, then they could use it against you.
Why don't we just cement the wall?
Again, the room would still be there and the influence would be able to come through. Maybe we can find an old tongue phrase for containing what's inside, keeping it within and not extending beyond the ward.
Honestly, I think we're just going to shut down that hallway for now until we have a better idea.
That's probably going to be the safest thing if we can shut the hallway and just keep people away.
Anyone who gets near enough to the door for the eye to see you is also already in danger, so it's easiest just not to risk it.
Yeah. How are the eyes on the rest of the building? Because there's a fuck ton of them.
There had been. All of them have been crossed out.
Oh,
With
that's
a knife.
great. That's
Or
so
several
nice.
knives.
That's so nice. Is there a feeling that they've missed any at all?
Roll me an insight.
Okay. Not best at it on Benji, but he'll try.
You don't feel like you missed any, at least none that are in major areas of concern. You get the feeling that any ones that were missed were probably down there in the sub-basement.
Okay.
So we are working on preparing the base to receive more people as needed, but I wanted to make sure that you guys were still comfortable, as none of this would have been possible without you.
I think we kind of figured that this was what we needed when we picked a name for the place.
Yes.
How are we going to be sure that people who serve with hostile voices don't sneak in? Do we have a way to vet them or be sure?
Not an easy way. We do have wards in place, performers of the Old Tongue who are keeping the talking heads and the infection out, at the very least. The version of the gambler inside of town has perfected his wards to also include greed. Unfortunately, we don't have a way to get that Old Tongue until we get the tower running.
So at least right now we can keep 2 out of the 3 out.
Yes.
2 out of 3 is better than 0.
But isn't there a chance if both pit bosses sync up that something bad will happen?
As it happens, no. I don't run that risk. I run a lot of risks, but not that one.
You don't drift.
I don't. It's part of my old tongue ability, if you will. Concept stitching.
So Pit Boss will be fine.
It's the others to be worried about.
Which is why we must be very careful in how we run the deliberative. The new pact needs to be able to communicate, especially in the wake of what happened in town. Particularly the part about the martyr. He's not dead inside yet, but the keyword there is indeed yet. His presence was concealed from the talking heads by the hunter.
Something happened.
I'm guessing that's not the case anymore.
It is not. They are aware, and they seem likely to be ready to set the hunter on the hunt again.
No surprise there, he's our attack dog.
whether he wants it or not.
Ah, fuck. We've got to get this tower repaired.
Well, since I'm not likely to be running around all over the place with you guys, I can focus on that.
Tower's not like a briefcase or a pair of headphones, Alex. You're gonna need help.
Hence why I mentioned putting out feelers. But it's going to take a while, and so I won't be able to run with you guys for a bit.
At the very least, at the beginning, we are going to need to understand what exactly needs repaired. And then you're going to need to take a supply run. There is something else, though.
Of course.
Oh no, what?
The presence of, I think you are calling it the death room?
Oh.
Is in itself a problem, but it speaks to something much worse and far bigger. No one knows what the Reaper is doing.
No.
Besides targeting the End Mother.
That's a step on a plan. That's not what she's doing.
Whatever she's doing is much larger, but yes, she is targeting those who have connections to the End Mother. And Mother Death has not been able to elucidate on why that is yet. She has suspicions, but her hosts are still convening and discussing the matter.
We were gonna look into it once this all got fixed here. Kind of a problem for that though. Lincoln might have some of her notes, but Kira was the one who was kind of setting that research path.
And she is right now unavailable to us.
Yeah.
Which, you know, it is what it is.
Lincoln might have some of what they were flagging because they were pulling some stuff out. So we might have a place we can start.
I'll have to speak to him then. He's out collecting the vehicle he is very, very defensive of.
Kaede raises her hand. There's
Yes.
something else too.
Mm-hmm.
What about Todd and Antoine? Or whatever the hell his name is.
Who?
The demon Furby.
The what?
Something the infection got a hold of. It's inside the compound.
Oh shit.
Oh,
So
It's just somewhere
so
in
it's
here.
Todd.
Oh, you're talking about the anomaly? The
Yeah,
big-
well,
the big
yeah,
one that you wanted to punch.
no, I did punch and then I got thrown through a wall. Thank you.
Yeah, that you wanted to then go back and punch again. Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, there
He
was.
started it.
I don't care who started it, Kaede.
We've swept this entire building. There is no anomaly here.
But there is something that was the infection. We heard it after we woke up.
In that case, it was inside of the barrier before it went up.
Which means we've got to find it before it gets the radio tower operational instead.
That would be a problem, yes.
We have no idea where it went.
Well, why don't we start with where all of the tech is?
Pip has a suggestion.
Yes, I see. Yep. What would you like to contribute?
No, Pip.
There you go.
All right. We have to do what Pip says, you know.
It could be in the pipes, it could be in the service tunnels, it could be in the ventilation.
It could be in the control room getting all of the tech.
Unlikely the control room is staffed.
Is it right now?
Yes.
Oh.
24 hours a day. Can't risk it.
I mean,
Okay.
fair.
How much
So-
of the
Mm-hmm.
sorry. I was gonna say, how much of the map when they were studying, was there any indication of multiple control towers or control rooms on the compound?
Not that we're mapped.
Okay. Benji's gonna go nudge Aurelia and whisper a quick question to her.
Okay.
Sky,
Hmm.
from what you remember of the map, any places you think something could nest?
Wait, what?
Aurelia, go ahead and roll me an insight. I will give you the you the map memorization bonus of +2.
Do we even know how the anomalies work?
We
Not
know how to free them.
sort of.
Only some of them, right?
That sequence didn't work on some of them. We think that there is a point of no return in becoming an anomaly.
There is a sequence that'll destroy them. To burn the
Kill
danger.
them.
At a certain point, it might be better for them to have died than to stay as they are.
Oh no, I definitely agree on that. But destroy is kind of the wrong word. It's still killing it.
Regardless, there are quite a few things that need done. We need to get this tower operational, the deliberative needs to take place. We need to find more supplies, lines of supply, and then we need a plan to stop Red Dawn, but I suppose that needs to happen at the deliberative as this is not a one-sided effort. It cannot be stopped from here. We will need those inside to be on board with whatever it is we choose to do.
Well, to even have the deliberative be possible, we've got to get the tower fixed. So that sounds like our first step.
Assess the damage. Figure out what we need. But before we repair, we gotta take out that infection thing running around too.
Before you can repair it, yes. So the order of operations, I believe, is to hunt down the thing in the walls, assess the damages to the tower, acquire the parts necessary to repair it, set up the broadcast, run the deliberative, and then hopefully save the world. No pressure.
Nah, no pressure.
Sounds like an average day.
Has anyone come in with knife wounds, like small knife wounds, recently?
Why do you ask?
He points over at Kaede. She said the Furby thing had knives on it.
It had 3 knives on its tail.
It has knives.
Unfortunately.
I wasn't there for this.
I think what you just need to do is picture, like, if you ever were afraid of mechanical toys, and then just make it a few feet long, and then give it multiple knives.
Oh, and there
And it's-
multiple of them exist.
And I think it
And-
talks.
It's very angry.
Do you guys remember that film called what was it? It was about these little like action figures that came back to life.
Toy Story.
No.
Small soldiers.
Is that what it's called? Yeah. So it had like these like monster guys and these military dudes, and then they all came back to life. And then the military dudes also took over some Barbie shops, and then they all took over the entire toy store. And then the kids were the kids were like they were sided with the monsters, and the monsters were actually the good guys, and the military was actually the bad guys, kind of thing. And then at the very end, the kid put them on a paper boat and sent them down a river. And I thought that was the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Bungie is just staring in this look of what?
Martha blanks.
Does Devin sense a disturbance in the force?
Vaguely, but it's not as attention grabbing as all of the injured people that you're treating. Martha blinks several times.
She goes on
does
movie
this.
rants.
Sure. Anyway.
I was asking about knife wounds because if anyone's come in with them or has some or gets some soon while they're here, it might give us an idea of where we can look.
I can head over to the infirmary and ask those who are there.
And I bet the dog's host would be good to sick on a hunt like this.
That's true.
See
feel offended.
See if anybody's seen a manic Furby around.
Actually, if it's making noise, then Wendy can track it.
This is true. Yes.
You've seen it before too, haven't you?
I haven't seen it, but I've heard it.
Pip agrees.
Thank you, Pip.
Pip's the taste of wind host. I knew it.
Wendy gets all the love Wendy needs now.
Martha just shakes her head at the idea that we're going to have to hunt and kill a sentient Furby centipede.
It was much worse when we first encountered it in the store. Because it was dark.
It's got spider legs.
Didn't you guys say there were like 3 of them?
Aubrey, you're very far from your mic.
Didn't you guys say there were like 3 of them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cursing won't work on them. Find something to smash it with. Electrify it with. Flashbangs do disorient it. An arrow to the head did not do anything to it.
Right.
No, then.
Adam pipes up. I think Chance outran it by sailing in a mop bucket.
Yeah.
Benji just sort of looks up at the ceiling. A mop bucket? Is that where he got the shoes from?
She shrugs.
Yep.
He got the shoes from the Walco.
I think
That's
he
where it
still has the
was.
I think he still has the mop bucket.
Oh, yeah. That thing. Oh.
So we take the mop bucket.
I mean, you'd have to get it away from him first, but yeah.
He's
Isn't it in the RV?
He's in the infirmary right now. I checked him in there. Got like 5 minutes. I could probably get the bucket.
Okay. Anyway. So, you know what you need to get done first. There are a couple of other things that we need for the building as well, if you do decide you want to go out scavenging. It'd probably be best if you took the RV, but I could understand if you'd like to take a different vehicle for a while.
And what is it we need?
A few things. Harrisonburg is still a stronghold of the Talking Heads, but The outskirts are not patrolled as often. A lot of houses there may still have dried goods and food that could be used. We need food. Badly. We have enough at the moment, but supply lines are difficult to maintain. If you can bring more back when you go out scavenging for parts, that would be great. She sighs, and it was suggested by my son that we have a beacon that is audible, even through the song.
Beacon?
Call in those who have woken, or to alert those who are near to stay away. He recommended. She rubs her face.
Rick Astley?
The cathedral bell.
Oh, hell no.
Nah, you can hear that over the song, I remember.
Fuck.
Getting in
Cathedral
there.
Barrel in
Harrisonburg.
yeah. The one where oh.
We could
We
hear
would
that
have-
for miles.
It was a digital control one too, right?
It was digitally controlled, yes. It could be pulled on a rope, but you have to, get to the belfry.
So he's saying to set it up as a remote signal of some sort?
No.
'Cause I don't-
He's telling you to
Relocate it.
steal the bell.
We're being told to rob a church, guys.
Oh.
I personally
I
have issues.
mean-
Alex would not.
It's a
No,
church to
you're-
speak as one at the moment, so honestly, you're doing them a favor.
Oh,
Yeah.
well.
Honestly,
So,
that sounds like a great idea.
once we get the assessment done and figure out what we're gonna need and start figuring out some scavenge plans, we need to go rob a church.
I'll start hobbling my way up to the control room then.
The rest of you should start working on figuring out where this creature is.
How big was that bell?
It wasn't small. You will probably need to transport it in either the RV or on top of Damien's Hummer.
You're gonna need your muscle people for it.
It is not a small bell.
We could also try stealing a flatbed.
You could try stealing a flatbed and see if you could, also hijack a crane and lift it down.
Because I figure, in a humorous way, there's probably a flatbed and a crane at the junkyard. We know where that is, too.
You sure do. You've been there.
Yeah, and there were dogs. They sucked.
Yeah, those dogs are dead now.
Yeah, but the dogs are
Yep.
dead. A few of us shot them.
Yeah, I know, but the dogs just really sucked.
It's true.
You don't think that they haven't bought more junkyard dogs?
We'll shoot
no,
those
I
too,
Made
unfortunately.
more?
I think they've made more.
There's always use for the unwanted in Redacre.
So that's
Yeah.
where Steve went.
Bruh.
Wow,
Ren.
Holy shit, man.
Bruh.
I mean, at least he'd stop eating foam.
No, he wouldn't.
I don't think he would.
Not even as a dog. We just find Steve by the one dog that keeps on chasing the foam canisters instead of kids.
Wraith is gonna stand up and it's like, where's a good quiet spot that I can spend the night at?
Inside or out?
Inside. If I can hear the stabby thing, I'll be able to tell if there's more than one and maybe where it's going.
The best place is going to be in the basement, then. There's a couple of rooms where the old generators went. They're empty now and mostly unused at the moment. They're going to be converted into dormitories later, but you've got a couple of days before we start breaking ground there.
Probably
Then that's
shouldn't
well.
go alone.
Not alone.
I'll go
Not
with them.
me. Fine. I have Wendy.
I think,
think
she
they
means
mean physically alone.
alone. Get out of my head, Alex.
You owe me a Coke.
I'm aware of what you mean. And he's gonna walk away.
Kaine just sighs.
Inside is safer than anywhere else. It is okay to be alone in the building. As long as you're not in the sub-basement, which is getting shut off.
And discounting evil Furby thing finding you.
Also that.
And I'm gonna follow him.
If I scream, you'll know why.
I'm coming with you. Shut up. You won't scream.
No, you might scream door kicker.
Well, yeah, you might. Why would I scream?
Benji smiles.
You know what? Don't answer that.
Martha blanks. Alright. In any case, why don't we get started on figuring out where this thing could be? I'll go let some of the others know, and we'll go from there. I know your leader, Lincoln, had an idea for how he wanted to end this war. But judging from what we have found of the maps, what little of the instrument is mapped, it may not be a fully viable plan unless we change some things. But I will speak to him about that.
All right.
That said, that bomb did work.
I just don't know if we can rely on it again anytime soon.
We'll see.
We'd have to teach a lot more people the sequencer in this place. Because we can't bear that again. Not ourselves.
They know. Even with an overtone singer in town performing that sequence, it was not enough to reach everyone. And furthermore, the Talking Heads' primary mouthpieces, they have an emergency override.
Of course they do.
We're gonna have to make sure inside's ready before we move outside this time.
And it may take some time. Not least of all because there is a lot that is left to do. Learning the Old Tongue sequence in the first place is going to be a challenge. Not everyone here is Old Tongue sensitive. You kids having spent so much time inside of the birdcage means that you are more predisposed to it than others. The rest, it's going to take time. Furthermore, we have the turf war still ongoing, and this is the last major piece that I will tell you. A final bit of bad news before we get to the good news.
All right. What's that?
The infection has pulled in a town from outside of the Arcusi. To the south.
What town?
We're not sure. One of the smaller towns on the road.
And how long is that likely to stay, just that one town?
It's not.
Fuck.
Which means that we're on a time limit. The good news, however, is that reinforcements got here and more are on the way. We finally reached one of the largest strongholds of the Samaritans' hosts, and a large group of the hosts of the Scholar was offered to aid us in this. It took him a lot of convincing.
Figures.
Are they on their way or are they here?
Some of them are here. You've already met one.
Who?
The surgeon who was attending your sister. Atticus.
Huh. Is he from somewhere else?
He's from England. I'm sure you noticed his accent.
Yeah. Sorry, he just looked familiar, I think.
You've probably met his sister then.
Who's his sister?
A host of the Samaritan, the one who saved Lillian's life.
Krista?
That's her. She's in town. He came looking for her, and so was instrumental in convincing the scholar that this cause was worth it. If enough of your hosts change an idea, then you will tend to go along with it. She glances up. Anyway. The scholar is here. He cannot get any closer to town, though. You probably know why.
Yeah. They,
Have
hamstrung him.
They have his name.
But he'll work out here. Maybe he can do something that we can use for fighting the infection, or I don't know.
That is actually why he is here. The infection thrives on media, communication, electronics. The scholar is here to see if it can't be trapped and neutralized.
So what? Get it stuck in some kind of old tongue floppy disk and break it?
Basically.
Huh.
This iteration of it, at least. Other versions of it exist out there. This one is just one of the worst, unfortunately for us. We are in the crosshairs of a much, much larger war that is coming. It would be best if we move quickly. I hate to have to keep telling you kids this, but it is going to get worse, I suspect. And so I would like to encourage you to take time to simply be kids, which is why we built you a game room. Your lounge area.
Gene raises his hand.
Yes.
What's in the game room?
Mostly analog games, unfortunately, but we did manage to find I think it's called a Nintendo.
What did Nintendo do?
I'll explain it later.
Okay.
It's a console. You play games with it.
Listen, my dad only ever... Izzy and I's dad, we only had movies when we saw people in those movies to play with something, like looking at TVs at it.
Don't worry, we couldn't afford one either.
We had a PlayStation.
What's a PlayStation?
It's a console as well.
That doesn't help me.
Hey, door kicker, I have no idea what
What?
the fuck a console is. It certainly doesn't sound like a control console. That's the only thing I know about.
They play games on a TV with it.
Yes, with the controller.
Yeah, no,
I
not in town, man. That stuff, that's just contraband.
Oh, well, you guys are gonna have fun then.
I'm gonna do something else, I think.
And I gotta do the tower repair and survey stuff.
I didn't mean now.
Even if there's other things to do, sometimes you do need to stop and rest. And just play like children because you are still children. There's air hockey and foosball as well. There's a small basketball, but it's mostly made out of styrofoam.
Dodgeball.
No.
Yes.
I will hit you with my crutches.
If I can dodge a
Dodgeball's
wrench,
fun.
I can dodge a ball.
Can you dodge a wrench?
I've done it before.
She smacks him with a crutch in the leg.
Anyway. So, I will let you guys eat lunch. You all need to eat lunch. She looks at those of you she has not seen in the cafeteria lately. Kaede,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Benji,
And now Baxter is going after Wraith.
Benji, I'm sure, has been. Yeah. He looks away from her. He looks at the window, which is very, very interesting.
super interesting window. You can see through the window.
Yeah, it's been a long time since it's been daytime through a window. It's really fascinating. It's as fascinating as carpet or floor tiles or ceiling tiles
Or
can-
paint drying.
Exactly. Super fascinating.
Thrilling.
Hey, Benji, you mind helping me out a bit?
With what?
I don't want to attempt to carry food while on crutches.
Yeah, I can help you out.
It might end up in Jean's lap.
Yeah, I can help you out.
Izzy, by the way, is sitting on the end of the table kicking her legs and doodling. She's been here the whole time, just not really paying attention.
Izzy is awesome.
She's 11.
Yep.
That sure is a small child. Okay.
What? Almost the same size as Kira?
She's going to probably be taller than you.
Oh, snap.
Not much, but you know.
She'll
Because-
get there.
Because Jean's not that much taller than you.
No, Jean's like 15, so.
Jean's
Kira
had like
forever
another
small.
growth spurt.
Eventually it'll happen.
Someone get Wraith a hot dog. Martha will make up a plate of food, having seen Wraith fuck off immediately and not eat, even though he was told to. Okay. I'm going to go and give this to the other one, and then I will check back in with you guys once you're ready to hunt for the long spider monster.
Let's call it Demon Furby, it's easier.
How is that easier than Spider Monster?
Spider Monster, Demon Furby, it's gonna die either way.
The Derby.
And I don't suppose you could send whoever you have that's kind of a radio tech person to find me and guide me to control room? Because I don't know where it is.
It's gonna take us some time to figure that out, but yes. Alright, I'll take this down to him and then we'll touch base soon. With that, Martha makes up a plate of food and hobbles out of the cafeteria. Izzy hops down and immediately races over to the food and proceeds to just grab 5 cookies and come back.
Izzy, that's not. You need something more than cookies. You can have the cookies, but you need something other than that.
That's boring.
I know it's boring. However, a hero and their sidekick cannot run on just cookies.
The expression on her face when you call her your sidekick is like a child seeing a Christmas tree loaded with gifts for the first time. Her eyes are sparkling and she hugs you again.
Oh.
Now get something other than cookies.
Okay.
And she will race over and pick up like a thing of mac and cheese and come back.
Yeah,
That's a fucking victory.
Robin or Aqualad.
So that's what happens when you have little siblings, huh?
In about 2.5 hours. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Nope, go ahead.
Kaide was just gonna ask Adam if she wanted to get her a tray.
Please. I'm not very mobile yet.
What do you want?
Just give me a sandwich.
Okay. Kaide will get up and go get Adam a sandwich.
It has been about 2.5 hours. Why don't we go ahead and take a quick break? We'll come back. We'll start the hunt for Angelo, your friendly neighborhood demon Furby, and then we will call it a mission after that. We're missing some key players today, so we're just going to take it a little bit lighter before things get inevitably much, much, much darker this season. So we'll be right back.
paint where there's wires, or put paint where there's wires.
Even if it includes glitter.
We don't need you to get electrocuted by your own headphones.
Could you imagine? Just
Yeah, it would suck.
Sounds like a Leprechaun 2 death to me.
Well, at least I'm free from Old Tongue Jail.
For now.
For now!
You are free. Run.
Kira's not.
Shit.
Well, at least Atticus is there. Maybe she's not going to be alone in her brain.
Hey, listen, you just need to add a courtyard to the library and everything's fine.
Okay.
You should
She'll
talk to
vote more.
Walker. You can't talk back right now, but you can talk to him.
She probably has been.
Talking at him or yelling violently at him?
It's talking because she still trusts Walker. She just is confused and concerned, and if Walker eventually talks back, I am certain that her concerns will be soothed and her fears assuaged. Because I have the emotional ability to withstand being deceived with as a nothing.
Poor Kira.
You can still trust someone and yell obscenities at them. You do it to Arcana all the time.
Wow.
Damn.
Let's
Damn.
be fair.
Damn.
Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm.
You do it back to me too, so
Yeah.
That's when we're like, Mommy and Daddy are fighting.
But to be fair, Kira does not very often yell obscenities, but maybe she will now.
Kira in character has cursed twice in like the many everythings that everyone has known her. When she wakes up, I think that Kira is not going to have that control anymore.
I was there when she corrected it to cheese and crackers. You can't lie to me.
Cheese and cracker shoots ladders. Kira wakes up. Fuck everyone. Holy shit.
Martha in the background. Language!
Benji just looks at it, roll the dice like, you taught her this?
So,
Yep.
yeah.
People have consumed food or stared out of windows.
Gazed into the bright sunlight that we haven't seen in however long.
Man, it's so nice to have a circadian rhythm again.
It's
so
weird, huh?
nice.
And still not sleep.
Soak in that vitamin D.
It has descended many stairs into the basement. Hello, basement.
Out of random curiosity, is RTD helping Benji actually sleep?
yes, he is.
Oh, thank God. Is he helping him sleep by just knocking him out?
No, he's not.
Oh, good.
Because that wouldn't help you very much. You need to learn how to sleep again.
I just picked your RT's like, now close your eyes. No, close them. Close them.
Benji grabs eye drops. RTD. No, swat.
I'll level with you and you can just put your head under the pillow.
Okay. So, you guys are breaking out to do your various activities as what most of you are eating lunch. Wraith, you descend into the basement. Baxter is somewhere behind you. You've got a pretty good head start, though. What are you doing?
He's actually going to slow down and wait for Baxter.
Okay. Baxter, you catch up to Wraith.
Yep.
What do you guys do?
Wraith looks at Baxter and he says, I have an idea.
What's the idea?
So, an infection is like a disease, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means something in that thing's alive, even if it's just the infection itself. Because you can't kill nothing, right?
Baxter.
I said yes.
Oh, it didn't come through.
Oh, sorry.
So Ray thinks, and he's like, so I think if I talk to Wendy and you talk with the Inn Mother, we can track this faster. Because an infection is just a slow death. So if we work together, and me being a dual host, we might have a better chance of finding it.
Yeah, we could. No, that could work.
So after he says that, Wraith is going to... He's gonna stack.
Okay. Go ahead and I assume you're stacking Call of the Wild.
Mm-hmm.
What ability aspect are you going to use?
He's gonna stack with... My pack is my family.
Okay. Go ahead and burn your fate and mark it as boosted.
And even though I'm pretty sure there might not be combat, he's gonna stack shoot for offense and will for defense.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, what do you guys do?
He's gonna make the rest of his way to the basement and find a quiet spot to just sit down and call out to Taste the Wind.
Okay. Baxter, what are you doing?
I'm gonna do the same thing that Wraith is doing, but I'm trying to figure out which aspect to use.
Okay.
Hmm.
Maybe something death related.
You could use your high concept.
No, oh, yeah, I can do that. Live it up while you can.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What are you doing for offense and defense?
For offense, I will use fight. In defense, athletics.
Okay. Go ahead and mark it. So you guys sit down and you reach out to your respective voices, yes?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
What exactly are we hunting?
From my understanding, a very long stuffed animal with many, many legs.
Named Angelo.
You named it?
Why
No,
did
someone
you
else
name
named it.
Hmm?
Someone else named it.
I hadn't named it in character, man. It was out of character.
Oh. Never mind.
Oh, no. Nah, Baxter named it. Its name's Angelo now.
Okay, I guess his name is Angelo.
I see.
I remember hearing it before, and it sounds like a spider had sharp legs. So a lot of scratching and tapping noises?
Something almost insectoid, then.
Yeah. So I'm thinking something like that can't be subtle.
I suppose it depends. This building is heavily built. Sound does not travel easily through concrete. But it might through metal, as the ventilation shaft is made of.
we got closer to it. Its infection, we might be able to track that too with the End Mother's help.
Perhaps.
Tracking the Eidolon is not an easy task, but it is one that I can accomplish. Close your eyes and listen.
Wraith closes his eyes.
So does Baxter.
Baxter and Wraith, both of you go ahead and roll me the higher of notice or investigate.
That is we're going to notice. Yep.
There's one other thing I need everyone to roll.
Luck.
Luck.
Wait a minute.
Waiting.
No, sorry, I didn't mean to press the button.
So you were talking to yourself?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm talking to myself.
No longer
We have to
waiting.
roll your luck now.
Roll your luck. For every character. Awake or otherwise.
Oh fuck. First Kira, second Veggie. Jesus fuck, Kira.
I track too. This tracks.
Wow.
A lot of high rolls.
I was so close to a tick, I was so worried.
Oh my god!
Oh fuck!
Isn't that the same number I rolled for my two?
That
It's
is
one
the same
higher.
number you
I
did.
think you rolled 662.
Yeah, I was 602.
Why do you
Oh, fuck.
Sissy!
No, it's worse.
Why?
So remember when I said there might not be a fight in the basement?
Because that one is within 3.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said worse.
Wait, what does that mean?
We gotta roll on the chaos table.
Well, you do have a roll on the chaos table, and also within 3 summons the devil.
What?
Lindsay,
What?
We're going to
Since
die.
when?
That's-
Since when?
Since
That's-
forever.
Yeah,
I didn't
just
know
never-
about that shit.
I just never explained it to you, Raven, when that happened.
Well, and I wanted to be curious what the devil will be for us. Yay!
Yeah, you
Let me
did this.
open the chaos table.
I jinxed
Yeah.
it, didn't I?
Do I
Fuck.
need to get coffee? Do I need to get coffee? or
What? What?
coffee?
Mommy.
Which devil are we having to fucking deal with now?
You do have Angelo in the building.
Yeah, I know.
We could
know
have
what?
3 of them now.
Bring it.
Angela's
I'm
the
ready.
demon. He's not the devil, he's the demon.
Bring him down here. I'm gonna kick him in the gabba.
Well, I guess it's a good thing you guys picked your fight and defense stats already.
Ray said if you guys heard him screaming, you know what happened.
Yeah, that's true.
Fuck.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Let's see. You guys are only on the lower chaos table right now.
Yeah.
Lucky you.
Oh.
And what's the bad news?
Oh.
Oh.
I don't like
That ain't right.
I don't even know what that means.
I don't know if high or low is good or bad for the chaos table.
Oh.
What's happening?
Oh, can you just put it back in the box and close it?
GM, I would like the panic stack again.
I would like to panic stack as well.
You just
Well, you don't
stacked.
even know, Kaede.
Neither do you.
It's
don't
not the
know,
normal
that's
stack,
right.
it's the panic stack. Huron has a special stack.
Yeah,
You
where's my
wanna-
panic stack
You
count?
want to stack IRL?
What a
Yep.
panic-
Yes, please.
Wait, before you tell us the danger, can we get those situational aspects? I might need them.
Sure.
Also, I still need to roll the notice.
Yeah, go ahead and roll your notice now.
Yeah, I got a 6. Hey, wait,
got
does
a
danger
3.
sense apply?
Now it might.
It does now, yeah.
Okay, well, let me roll again.
I got a 5. I'm taking the 5.
Alright, my highest is still a 6. Man, it almost makes me wish Wraith's phone didn't become Kentucky Fried Chicken or he could call someone.
Just scream real loud and aim towards one of the vents. It might carry far enough.
Baxter's got one of his working ones.
Yeah, but most of the rest of us don't have a working phone, buddy.
And you have to roll a certain amount for it to work.
He made one of the rolls earlier. He had a bunch that were off.
Okay.
You still have to roll for signal. He rolled to see if the other one was busted. He does not have signal.
Okay, I'm gonna roll for signal then.
Go for it.
Fuck.
No.
You get like a dial tone to like Microsoft.
I think there's only one person who has signal on their phones right now, and that's not the phone you want on. I at least noted that Benji apparently muted his stalker phone, so it's muted. It's just on. Working.
Good news, guys. We found Angelo. Bad news is Cinti was stabbed in the hemorrhoid.
Again? Oh no!
Have I told you how much I hate you right now, Ren?
Not lately.
Your shin
Say it.
is gonna get kicked.
Say it softly.
Your shin is gonna get kicked.
Oh baby, oh baby.
Ooh, baby, ooh.
Both of you
Oh, go ahead.
Both of you kind of hear overhead as it gets very, very, very quiet. You hear people moving throughout the compound. You can very faintly, distantly hear the sound of like bare feet and shoes on concrete and on like corrugated metal. You hear the silence of the instrument, the low hum from the earth, but how it's very, very muted here. And then you faintly hear the sounds of skittering overhead. As whatever it is passes through the vents and away from you. Both of you hear that it is headed back in the direction that you came from.
Can Wraith commit the skitters to memory?
Or roll me an insight. You are able to commit the sound of the skittering to memory. You know what it sounds like and kind of how many legs it has. It seems to have at least 25, 30 legs. They all sound to be of different materials. They are different lengths. And so the sound of it is very disjointed and it's not right. Nothing about that thing is right, but that's even worse, not right.
That's not good.
What?
As it skitters through what sounds like the ventilation and away from you.
Well, it's in the vents. So Wendy was on the mark with that one. Unfortunately, it's going back that way. He points where they came from.
That's where the others are.
Yeah, it is.
Both of you
Should
roll me
we-
another notice.
Danger sense?
Danger sense. Jesus.
Oh, that was close.
You don't want to get 5 omens in a single night?
Nah, I'm good.
I want
Yeah.
that to remain your guys' record. Thank you very much.
Truly the most cursed first episode of anything. Anyway. You both hear, and Wraith, you hear it first, a second skittering sound moving through the vents.
way is it going?
Back the way you came from. Wraith, as you're watching up to where, or you're looking up to where you hear the sound, you see in one of the vents as something passes, glowing sort of LED red eyes look at you through the vent, great, and then disappear back into the darkness. You hear the skittering fade off into the distance as the second creature heads in the direction of your friends.
Question.
Yes.
If I shot at it, would it come back?
Roll me an insight.
Please hold. Here's Jace.
Mental elevator music. That's Jeopardy. Yeah.
There
hey,
we go.
Jace.
Thanks, Jace.
Shooting at it would probably not draw it back, mainly because even if you shoot at it, you're just going to startle it and then make it rampage in whatever direction it's heading. Mainly because the ventilation shaft, you could see the grate and you can hear it, but you can't actually see the shaft itself. It is behind the cement. You could try to shoot through the grate, but you're not sure that you would make contact with it if you did hit it.
What if I shot in front of it?
It has already moved past the grate, and so you'd have to move several rooms down and try to beat it.
Ah, you spindly legged bastard. Wraith looks at Baxter, he's like, I could probably run and get ahead of it. Maybe corral it back this way?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. You can't run right now, can you?
No. Not at the moment, at least.
Do you have a or something?
He looks down at the boot. Nope.
Huh.
It probably goes without saying that you running is also not the best idea. But the circumstances seem to warrant some kind of warning.
Yeah. Let's head it back towards the others. Question for the GM, where's Martha at?
Great question. She is still in the cafeteria with the others. Or no, she's not. She loaded up a plate and left. And she is headed towards you.
Can he see her?
You cannot. She's a couple of hallways off still.
Let me check something. Maybe like It's okay, guys, I have an idea.
I believe in you.
Mm-hmm.
I just gotta read and make sure it's a viable idea. Okay. He's gonna look at Baxter, it's like, I'm gonna try to move ahead. Do you... How bad are you hurting right now?
Not that bad.
I want to shoot it and force it back this way, but it's probably going to be mad. And we're probably going to have to fight it.
Do we have anything to fight it with?
We have our stuff, right? Or is that in the rooms?
Did you bring any of your stuff, or did you leave it behind?
Wraith brings his gun everywhere.
Baxter certainly didn't. He left all his things back in the room.
So Baxter, you don't have anything to help. Wraith, you have a gun. That's it. also a stick with which to walk.
I do have the stick. Very nice.
You want to try to fight it with a stick?
Is there anything that Baxter can get that's around us?
You're in kind of an empty hallway.
Fine.
Ray's gonna look at Baxter. You should go up there and scream that it's going that way, and I'm going to try to make it not go that way.
Okay.
We have a plan.
Now let's execute it.
Wraith is gonna try to cut off Angelo and his twin brother Anthony.
Okay. Alright. Back in the cafeteria. You guys are finishing eating. Those of you who are eating, who got looks from Martha, who expects you to have eaten.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna miss my hot dog.
Yep.
I think Alex probably would have finished eating and started heading to the control room already. It's like it'd take her a bit to get there.
Okay, so you're heading up to the control room, so that means Jean, you're still in the cafeteria. Kaede, you're finishing eating with Adam, and then you're going to try to follow. To see if Wraith's okay.
She would have ate quickly and then ate what she needed to, and then grabbed her stuff and chased after Wraith.
Okay.
Gene is he's taking his time with his eating for Gene.
And she would have like grabbed her stuff and stacked, and then started to go down to the basement and chase after.
Go ahead and put what you're stacking with into voice text for me. Benji, what are you doing?
Where is Aurelia going?
Aurelia, what are you doing?
Next question. Good question.
Yes, what are you doing, Aurelia?
I think I earlier on rolled an a insight. That's right.
Yes, you wanted to see if you could find a place where it would be nesting. There are a couple of places that you could see a creature, or really an abomination unto nature, trying to hole up. A lot of the places would be where there may have been electrical equipment at some point. There are a couple of small rooms near the control room that would be good for that. The control room, is itself pretty well guarded. But there were other rooms nearby that may not have been. And so probably the floor below the control room would be your guess as to where it may have gone. So the first basement, not the sub-basement.
She would relay that message to Benji since Benji wanted to know that, kinda.
Okay. Well, you want to go look for it? Or see if we can eliminate any of those places? Or what are you planning on doing?
We could at least look at the locations, kinda listen if we can hear something. Kinda try to figure something out while Rafe is also trying to pinpoint them. Might help a bit.
Let me come with you.
You sure?
Lead the way.
And Aurelia would probably start to go to the closest location.
Since they are hunting, can Benji try to stack?
Yeah, go ahead and drop into voice text what you're stacking with.
Oh my god.
Everywhere.
Can he try to stack with Rise Against, or can he only stack with
You're hosting, so no.
Okay. That's my question.
No, you cannot.
Okay.
You are locked out of Rise Against completely.
Okay. Do I still need to roll a will to be able to stack with calculated risk?
With the song and the instrument here being very quiet, you do not.
Okay. So, cool.
Once you leave the compound, that's another matter.
Yeah, I figured that was possibly going to be starting to come into play again. The only other thing is with stacking calculated risk, is he locked out of red doors?
Yes.
Okay.
You are not currently in the song.
Yep.
Touching a red door would be an unpleasant experience for you right now.
Noted. gonna get the tracking bonus.
Raising hand.
Yes.
Well, what's that question mark? What's that?
I hate it.
What question mark?
You know what question mark.
Oh, you didn't notice that one?
I just saw it.
That's new. That was not there.
Yes,
Very
it was. It
quiet
was there.
No,
for-
it wasn't.
It's
Yeah,
been
it
there.
It has been the whole time.
I
No,
will
it
also
hasn't.
stack.
Yeah, it has. I watched them go up.
Nope.
Go
They were
ahead
not there
and
earlier.
it was added to the situation aspects when the rest of them were added.
Oh. What
Squint.
is it? Oh, I think Skybeam wants to stack.
Skylar, you are able to stack. Go ahead and put what you're stacking with into voice text for me.
I'm gonna use my free action to panic while she does that.
You may use your free action to panic. Remember, panicking is a free action. Crying is free action.
I appreciate this.
Alex, you're headed up to the control room. You are with a couple of other hosts that Martha had sent in. There is a judge host who is here. There's another host of the scholar, and a couple of hosts of Lay on Hands who are mainly here for the medical assistance, but are also just radio enthusiasts, and so they are accompanying you to the control room.
And she'd probably be talking to him about Lay on Hands because, like I said, she sent that light volunteering to be a chosen for her before they lost contact with her initially.
Yeah, and they're talking about how the Samaritans got multiple fragments in the RQZ and that she's going to need stitched back together. But that will be a conversation that they'll have to have during the deliberative. So you're heading up. Jean, you're staying in the cafeteria, eating and hanging out with Izzy?
Yeah, and then we're probably gonna go to the game room.
Okay.
Play skee ball for me.
GM, I have a question.
Yes.
Would there have been enough time for Benji to have given more devotion to roll the dice?
It has been a week since your last sacrifice, so yes.
Okay. Can I burn and put the third point in then?
Yes.
Cool.
Friday, you are headed down the hallway and you're trying to follow where Wraith had gone. You're not 100% sure where he's at, but you do kind of know the area that he probably went to. Roll me an investigate to see if you can follow behind.
That is not one of my good skills. No.
You haven't the foggiest idea where he went. You kind of followed Martha after where you had seen Martha go for a bit, and you come to a crossroads, and now you're lost. This place is a maze unto itself. Kaede, as you are standing in this crossroads, roll me a notice. Danger sense applies.
Yay, something I'm good at. 3, 4.
You hear skittering in the ceiling above you, beneath the concrete, or I guess above the concrete technically, as something moves through the vents. There's a moment of silence, and then something else moves through the vents. There's another moment of silence. And then you hear a third join the first two as it skitters overhead and heads back in the direction that you came from.
Oh, can I assume that's probably the evil Furby demon?
Roll me an insight.
And then wouldn't there be Bexer's yell?
Baxter, you have not yelled yet. Kaede is still on the way.
Okay.
This is all kind of happening at the same time.
My rolls are crap.
It's just Dichotomy's mood.
Kaede, you can guess that it's probably the demon Furbies. They seem to be headed back in the direction that you came from, but as you're listening, you hear two of them continue onward and one of them stop and split off and take a right and head just somewhere the fuck else.
What the fuck? So where are the other two headed? One, they went to the right, and what about the other ones?
The other two were headed straight back the direction that you came from. And then the third one was with them and then split off and took a right off of that path.
So they're headed to the cafeteria.
Two of them are at least, or at least in the direction of the cafeteria. They may branch off before they get there, you're not sure.
Oh shit. She's gonna follow the two that are headed to the cafeteria.
Okay, go ahead and roll me an athletics.
Something I'm really good at. Okay. That would be 5. Maybe. Oh. Oops.
Too many.
Yep, one too many exclamation points.
You're able to keep pace with them, and as you follow them back up. Benji, you went with Aurelia, right?
Yeah.
Aurelia,
Yes.
remind me what your luck roll was.
Oh. This is a thing between me and Jade. We just exchange. It's fine.
It's fine. I understand your luck was terrible this time. It's okay. I don't hold it against you.
You're
Benji,
with
who's the run?
Aurelia.
Yeah, I don't hold it against. Aurelia's had to suffer my shitty luck. Turnabout's only fair play.
I love it.
King got me chokeslammed by the shape one, so you know.
Don't kink shame.
Oh baby, oh baby.
I'm not losing or into losing all sensation, but you know what? You do you.
Some people are into everything.
If you can't feel it, it doesn't hurt, man.
Anyway.
Interesting philosophical question, but we'll debate that later.
Yeah.
Please look forward to it.
Just
Sure.
for quick funsies, I'm gonna go ahead and get the turn order put together. Alex, what's your notice?
That's notice of 5.
Without stacking.
That's without stacking.
Okay.
Her top skill is notice.
Stacks count actually for this.
Stacks do indeed count. However, Alex does not know there is danger, and she is not stacking.
Yep.
Baxter, what is your notice?
What stacking it would be for now?
Okay. Jean, what is your notice?
Hang on.
Is it still a 2?
No.
Uh-huh. What is it?
It's a 2.5.
My Chrome fucking crashed on me. Hang on. Okay, yes, I just added 2.
Kaede, what is your notice?
4.
Baxter, what's your athletics? With
My
stacks.
athletics is a 4.
Kaede, what is your athletics?
Stacked or unstacked?
Stacked.
5.
Benji, what is your notice?
Notice is a 3. Or actually, no, sorry. Notice is a 4 right now.
Athletics.
Athletics is a 4 right now.
Baxter, what's your physique?
3.
Benji,
5.
what's your physique? Okay. Wraith, what is your notice?
5.
Wraith, what is your athletics?
3.
Alex, your athletics is not 3, I assume?
Alex's athletics is 2.
Aurelia, what is your notice?
5.
What is your athletics?
5.
Okay. Wraith.
Yeah. How you doing?
What are the other names of Angelo's pack?
Let's see. We got Angelo, Anthony, and Antoine.
Antoine was one of the Lucids that you guys flipped.
I thought it was Angelo. We named Angelo and Anthony, and then
Let's go with Asmodel.
Why don't we just name them like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
no, I'm not going to name them after Renaissance painters. I actually like those guys.
Or Asmodeus.
How many names do we need right now?
Right now, you need 4 names total.
Oh.
So you need 2 more.
Edward.
1
Alphonse.
more? Alphonse. Okay.
There we go.
Great. So we've got the Elric brothers as well.
Oh God.
My God.
Nothing is fine, man, but it's okay. We can lie to ourselves.
That's
guess.
how I get through my life. Don't
What did you
worry.
say, Wraith? Why are we in your life?
No, I said this is how I get it through my life. It's fine.
Yeah, that works.
There's your turn order. Give me just 1 moment. I need to set something up.
Great. You take Izzy off that turn order!
Oh no.
Someone put that baby under the ski table.
Jean, I believe in you. Why is Izzy ahead of Jean?
She's small. She has more athletics.
She's got a little bit better stats in better areas than Jean has.
Oh my god. Oh fuck, I love it.
Don't worry, guys. If we kill Angelo, the others will flee at the loss of their leader.
I don't actually think that's how it works.
It's not, but let me believe.
I let you believe with all of your heart.
I believe.
I'm so glad. Oh man,
Put all of your faith in that Izzy's tie-dye will blind the creature.
got it.
Unless
I
it's
just-
colorblind.
I guess, is it selfish that I hope that we don't kill them all now? That way when I finish the picture, it's not going to be too late to get used.
One will need to be tamed and kept as a pet for the picture
Can Karen keep it?
if she wakes up.
Okay. You get to tell Tara that I'm adopting one.
Okay. I will sign over the adoption papers.
Okay, cool. We're gonna forge someone's signature. I don't know whose yet, but somebody's.
We're forging Kane's signature.
That's pretty easy to forge. So yeah, we'll forge Kane's signature, and
The adoption papers under the House of Anomalies department.
ooh,
I'll
That's
be
fun.
right back. I'm getting dizzy.
oh shit.
Don't do
Okay.
that. It was Pip the whole time.
No.
It's a type of mind control where Pip takes control of Jean's body. It's okay. Okay. It'll wear off. He'll be white as rain. Don't worry, Benji will be fine as long as he gets hit in the J.
Why the J?
Well, see, the S is a little too high for the is, so I think if he gets hit in the J, it's like a kneecap, so he'll be fine.
If like maybe the bottom of the J that could kind of work, like that'd be shin area. Otherwise, if you're about the middle, we're looking at like a belt shot.
No, we're talking lower curve J.
Okay. The low of the J side. Got it. I got it.
Yeah, lowest bit. Welcome
Welcome
back.
back.
Did you dispel Pip from your body?
Yes.
Are you
Okay.
feeling better?
I think I'm feeling better. I just have to go get some water and everything.
Okay.
Stay hydrated, man. It's hot.
It's very hot outside.
Stay hydrated. Many hydrates. Like
Don't
4.
you make me go get all those diadem posts about staying hydrated.
Do it. Do it.
Now I gotta go find them because they're in my screenshots somewhere.
Get it. I mean, like, okay. I know that if we remove them now, it's better for us, but I just need them to last like one more session. Or we have the Eidolon make more. And then I add like connects on them or something.
What if we trap it, right?
Fucking connects.
So it's still alive, but it's no longer harmful.
Like what? Put it in a Tupperware container or something?
Yeah, or like throw a bunch of rocks on it so it can't like wiggle its way out.
Eventually it would be able to wiggle its way out, and like it's got enough legs to dig itself out if we did that.
Okay,
So we'd
plan B.
probably
What if we do
Oh,
like
okay.
the cartoony thing where we all run around and it like tries to chase all of us and like ties itself in a knot?
I'm not sure we can. I don't know if it's long enough to do that.
No, GM, is Angelo long enough to tie himself in a knot?
It's also armed.
It's fine. If it's in a knot, it'll be busy with that shenanigan. Then
It can
trying-
chop half its own body off and be fine.
Well, then that's the part we put in the Tupperware container.
So here's the plan, okay?
We have a plan.
This is a plan.
Uh-huh.
1, we have forged adoption papers.
Oh,
Yes.
So we can
okay.
adopt one of the 4.
What?
Signed by Kane.
Signed by Kane.
What?
Okay, I'm with you. Go, keep going.
And then what we're going to do is we're going to put the rest of them in a Tupperware container and then bury it under rocks.
That way,
All right.
still have
That way it can't dig itself out.
Ah, I see. Okay.
And you'd be able to hear the legs skittering against the sides of the Tupperware container
it's for science
for science.
and
Science. I see. Gotcha.
Uh-huh.
gotcha.
art science.
And the one that we're adopting is going to be for Kira when she wakes up.
Alphonse.
Yeah, we'll take Alphonse.
No, we're destroying all of them.
No, shut
Hey,
up.
you.
Nope, we're destroying them.
No one
They're
has to
going
do
in
it.
the furnace.
We have made a very careful plan.
We
Nope.
have elaborated on this.
They are all infected by the Eidolon.
Yeah, that's
That-
why we're going to
that's
adopt it.
fine.
You know, you can put a muzzle on it. You can house train things. It's fine.
Just
No.
because they have rabies doesn't mean they can't be trained.
And it doesn't mean they are not worth love.
Totally doesn't look at Suma.
We are burning
I
them.
hope she doesn't have rabies.
Once they're fully trained, we send them after Zeke.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Foolproof plan, right?
No, that's a terrible plan.
Shut up.
Or
Fight me.
we interrogate it until it tells us where Scarlet is.
This could also be a fairly useful plan, which means we need a second Tupperware container.
Second Tupperware container. And a very small AM/FM radio.
Very tiny.
Anyway,
Sized.
You left us unattended.
You did.
clearly.
Wraith and I, we get each other.
We do. See? We're probably going to be slashed up to bits at the end of this, but small sacrifices.
Look, everything is in the name of progress and
What
science.
knives do they have? We talking like some Swiss Army knives? We're talking like a
Kitchen knife. We are talking big kitchen knives. Big kitchen
Myers
knives.
cleaver size.
Chef's knives, cleavers, etc.
Hunting machetes.
1 or 2.
Okay. We might need a larger Tupperware container.
We're gonna need a larger container. Or a
Why don't we just cut their tail off so they can't have knives?
Okay, and then we'll put all of them in the Tupperware containers then. Perfect.
Yes.
And we'll keep all of them. Thanks, Baxter.
No.
I just thought of something terrible. Though.
Baxter is going to throw them in the furnace if we have.
What terrible thing?
What if when we cut them in half, they just like
become 2?
More
like hydras?
Yeah.
I mean, that is a possibility. There's enough body parts inside of them to potentially have multiple heads sticking out. So we need to be careful, and we'll probably need more rocks.
Wait.
I will remind you that these Furbies are made of multiple Furbies. It's not just one Furby elongated. It is a string of Furby heads.
Yeah.
If you cut it at any point, it can just have another head.
It's okay. I've got this.
They've been in the toy store long enough where if we play Barbie Girl, they'll get really annoyed and go away.
Is that going to be the new Dance Fever song?
Yes, Barbie Girl.
I don't think they're going to go away.
They'll at least get disoriented.
Watch them get more angered with the Barbie song.
Well,
that means when we turn it off, they'll bow down gratefully. Perfect.
Anyway, let's do combat. How about?
Okay.
So.
Yep.
Kaede. Heads or tails? Whichever you take, Martha gets the other one. Raven, are you muted?
Raven. Caw. She's flown the coop, everybody. I'm sorry.
F.
Can we get an F in chat?
I guess you are gonna flip the murder quarter yourself?
I was going to flip the murder quarter either way.
Yeah. Do you want one of us to call it?
Heads.
Oh, Jane has called heads.
it's you taking too much deliberation.
I was about to say I don't want that responsibility, but okay, I guess he claimed it.
I don't want that responsibility. I don't know.
Fine, tails.
Nah,
Go.
Jane already called it.
Too late, Jane's already called it.
Okay.
Don't you put that evil on him, Ricky Bobby.
Angelo is rolling a stealth.
He's not stealthy. He's got like 6 kitchen knives.
Atlas is gonna live a horror movie, just get snatched up into a vent.
Oh, go Martha!
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 All right. Angela does not get a stealth attack.
Thank God! Oh! Fuck.
Martha thriller danced out of the way, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh.
I don't think she did.
4 shifts is still survivable.
Kaede, go ahead and roll me a notice if you can hear me.
Yeah. Notice?
Yes.
Okay. Danger sense?
Yeah, we'll call this danger sense.
Oh, wait, that's the wrong number. I'll take a 3.
You
Nah,
hear
man.
you hear a plate crash and then a tray clatter back up the hallway from the direction that you had come. You had raced past Martha in your effort to find to go and look for Wraith, and then had doubled back, hearing the skittering overhead. Martha is ahead of you now in the direction of Wraith, and you hear something happening from that direction. You also know that some of them split off to go on their own way. Some of them are headed, or two of them at least are headed towards the cafeteria. One of them seems to have split off. You know that one split off. That might have been the one that went after Martha. You're not 100% sure.
How far away is Martha from me?
You cannot see her. You know that she's further up the hallway from you, a good 40 or 50 feet.
Okay, so she's in the direction that I'm going.
She's behind you now.
Fuck.
But you can make that decision on your turn. That was Angelo's turn. Aurelia. You are going in search of a nest, yes?
Yep.
Aurelia, go ahead and roll me a notice.
Oh. Danger sense or no danger sense? for the bee?
Danger sense would apply here. As you and Benji are walking, you hear a soft skittering overhead.
She would probably pause and look up to also indicate to Benji that something is moving without actually speaking, because she's not sure if anything that's moving is able to also listen.
Okay.
Benji, you can respond.
Benji, from seeing the look from Aurelia, looks up and goes still to listen as well.
Aurelia, do you do anything else? Nothing seems to be coming at you yet, and the skittering after a moment stops, and it gets very quiet.
She hates that, but she might try to move further by just first like poking Benji and then just pointing towards the direction they wanted to go, and just try to move, slow, stealthy, kinda.
Did it sound like it was heading or waiting? Like, can they pick out a pattern of how its movement was?
You heard it moving briefly, and then it stopped moving. There's nothing that you can observe for 2 seconds of being able to hear it.
Okay.
You keep moving?
Sounds like it.
Okay. Wraith. It is your turn. Roll me a notice. Let's see if you hear the commotion that is happening with Martha.
I'm gonna roll with the danger.
Roll with the danger.
That's in voice text.
Wrong channel.
Oh, hi. Can I keep it?
Reroll for me.
Dang it. Danger. I got a 5. There's your voice text. Spoiled again.
You very distantly hear a crash of a plate hitting the ground. You hear the clatter from the tray hitting the ground. You know that is also back in the direction from where you had come from. You're not sure who that is or who followed after you. If anyone had followed after you, for this is just an innocent standard.
He's gonna check it out. And he's going to run because he was running. He's going to run back in that direction.
Go ahead and roll me an athletics.
Where is my athletics?
To completely close the distance, your difficulty is going to be a 6. To get about halfway there, you will need to roll a 3 or better. Otherwise, it's going to take you a bit to get there.
Boost on the front.
You can boost in front.
I'm going to boost with We Are All We Have.
Okay, go ahead and burn the fate.
Ah, come on, Donomy.
He's just an asshole today, and really the last several weeks, but you know. You make it about halfway there, you hear a commotion, and you can now see down the hallway, as you make it, or close the distance, you see something snaking itself and trying to constrict Martha, who has dropped a plate of food, and you see there's a hot dog on the floor for you.
So, do I still have an action?
You do still have you do still have your full action. You used your move action for this round.
Are they in the lit part of the hallway or the unlit part?
Half in lit, half out. So you can kind of see broken fur and electronic parts from the creature. And you can see Martha fairly well.
So, he's gonna move into the shadows
Mm-hmm.
to try to get an advantage shot on the thing using the simulate situational aspect.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your shoot with your boost.
Okay, so is that a +1 or a +2?
That is a +1.
Hold on, I got a math.
Difficulty here, because it is moving around a lot, is a 6 or higher without risking shooting Martha.
Holy shit.
He really is not happy today, is he?
He's not.
But he didn't hit Martha.
I didn't hit Martha.
You did not
Yeah.
hit Martha. You did hit the creature. So it is going to roll a notice to see if it spots you. Roll me your stealth. Beat a 2.
No, says Chief.
You can still use the semi-lit boost to help.
Oh my god.
You have invoked it for this round. Okay, it does not spot you and therefore is not able to fight back as you shoot this thing. And as it had started to unhinge its tiny jaw and you saw it start to like descend as if it was going to try to bite Martha, you peg it in the side of the head and part of the electronics kind of cave in on each other. One of the eyes blows out and then it stops and the whole body sort of swivels to look at you. With one functioning eye, blinking red.
So I have its attention then.
You sure do.
Cool.
That is the last action that you can take. So that is your turn. Unless you want to talk some shit.
He's gonna whistle because he wants it not on Martha at all. Like he wants its full attention.
Go ahead and roll me a provoke.
I have that.
Give it a shot.
Let's see. Yeah, that's a 2.
Furbies are not classically high-willed creatures.
They're not creatures.
That's what you think.
They're abominations.
Wraith's logic is if a part of it can get infected, then a part of it's alive, even if that's just the infection itself.
You've heard Furbies beg to be fed, right? telling you that they're starving and hungry and
Don't you bring that hell in here.
It's fucking
Don't you
awful,
put
isn't it?
that
It's
evil
fucking
on
terrible.
Feed it more of these bullets. Come over here.
It slowly starts to unwind itself from Martha, who has some pretty nasty cuts on her now. She did take a bit of damage as it tried to constrict her, and it starts to unwind itself from her and move down the hallway towards you.
You are an ugly thing.
That is Wraith's turn. Alex, you're on next. What do you do?
Does she even know anything's going on?
Not a clue.
Does she get any kind of sense of something wrong around her?
Roll an insight. The difficulty will be fairly high simply because these things don't have like a presence of their own that you can feel outside of just general nonsense.
Wow.
You get the sensation that something feels off, but that could be the death room in the basement. The fact that there is a death room in the basement is itself kind of a problem.
Yeah, just a little bit. So I mean, she is still just walking with the hosts.
Okay. You travel with those hosts into the control room. You are talking kind of amongst them as they tell you what they've observed so far. That the radio tower itself had been damaged on the way out. Like something had gone in there and actually like taken knives or something to some of the wiring. It's salvageable, but they tell you that there's a lot of repair work that's going to need to be done. They're going to need scrap metal. They're going to need new wires. Probably, like really specialized tools, small tools as well for some of the more delicate pieces. And as they're doing that, one of the guys at the Alex, roll me a random. Try not to get another hail, Satan. Or you could roll a 5.
Alex is
You
gonna
might
get
want to take
dragged
the hail, Satan.
Alex is gonna get dragged to an event, isn't she?
No, that was fortunately for something else. At least for now. As one of the guys kind of leaning over one of the monitors, he looks like he's been on shift for a while. He's probably getting ready to switch out. Sits up suddenly and squints at the monitor and shakes his head.
What's wrong?
I thought I saw something? I don't know. It was weird.
Does Alex see anything she looks at the monitor?
Nothing.
Well, y'all are talking about how it looks like those things were cut up by knives. The infection kind of twisted up a whole toy aisle, so there are basically elongated Furbies with knives around.
The guy at the table, like, pauses and looks at you like dolls and stuff.
Yeah.
He looks terrified.
Yeah, that's my expression too when I first saw it.
That's really terrible. I don't ugh. And the other hosts, one of them starts their inspection. This looks like it was damaged by something else. Some of these wires are melted. Come take a look at this.
Alright, she's gonna join them and take a look at what happened to the wires.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me your mechanics.
Yeah, I forgot I did boost that. Good gosh.
This is definitely heat damage of some kind. It's going to take you a little while to do more study to see exactly what the hell happened in here and what else is going to be needed. Alex, you spend your turn studying the damage?
Yep.
Okay. That's Alex. Let's see.
Edward's turn.
One's Edward.
I don't know. We only know which one Angelo is. Oh.
Hey, Jean.
A GM.
Heads or tails?
I'll go heads.
Let me rephrase. Which one, if it lands on you, is you? Which one, if it lands, is Izzy?
Heads is me. Tails is Izzy.
Jean, you're in the cafeteria. You're still eating?
Yep.
As you're eating, you see Marth leave, you see Kaede leave. Adam is still in her wheelchair. She's kind of eating as well. She watches Kaede go and just kind of sighs. Aurelia and Benji have also taken off. There are a couple of other hosts that are in here that are eating. There are some kids in here that are eating, but they're all kind of not really paying much attention to you. Go ahead and roll me a notice with danger sense.
Oh, good. Okay, give me a second.
If you have danger sense.
I should.
Oh, I think we might have all gotten danger sense finally.
We all realized
Jean's
how
always had
important it
danger
was.
sense. I couldn't remember if I took it off. So notice, yeah?
Notice.
There we go.
At least he's nice to you.
He's nice to Izzy.
You don't hear anything.
What's the food spread like?
There's a pretty good spread. There's like sandwiches, hot dogs, and French fries. Somebody managed to find some burger buns, so there are some okay burgers. There's a sort of sad salad bar. The food situation here isn't great, but for you, it's a feast because you guys have been living out of canned food for months. It's been a long time since you've had a hot meal, actually, outside of Jack's cooking, but Jack is currently unconscious as well.
This food is magnificent.
Or more pointedly, food that's not constructed of rations and dressed up.
Mm-hmm. You know, this food is immaculate compared to what he's had prior. So he's in it.
Roll me one more notice with danger sense.
Sure.
And then roll me a random. Roll again.
We need you people to get out of these hundreds.
Oh my god, it's not a Hail Satan though, so I don't care.
And it's high. Jean, you have time to react to this because you look up, luckily, at the last second, as something starts to descend from the vent behind Izzy, who is breaking her cookie into pieces and eating the pieces. As something descends and then tries to grab her. You have a reaction. What do you do?
Jean takes his tray and just fucking like swings it. One hand, like, he just grabs it by the edge and just like gorilla grips it, swings it for the monster.
Okay, go ahead and roll me your fight.
Seven.
Holy shit.
You don't mess with a man's sidekick.
Dichotomy loves Izzy, confirmed.
All right. You hit. And it releases Izzy and retracts back into the ceiling. And that is Edward's turn.
You okay?
What was that?
Giant, long, evil Furby.
Ew.
Yeah.
All of the others in the room have started to get to their feet and are panicking a little bit. One kid yells, "What the hell was that?" I thought this place was safe.
I mean, it's safe for the most part. How often are you gonna see a giant long Furby like that? I mean, we now know it's in the walls.
It's in the walls?
Probably. I mean, like,
The kid goes and hides under the table.
that works out. You'll be fine.
You scared that man.
Kaede, it's your turn.
Cool.
What do you do?
Do I still hear it skittering to the cafeteria?
You do still hear another one skittering towards the cafeteria, and then you hear it stop. And start to back up.
Like it heard me?
Like I heard something.
How far am I away from the cafeteria?
You're probably about 50 feet down the hallway and around a corner.
I'm trying to decide what I want to do.
Go for the one that's going towards the cafeteria, or go back and see if you can help with Martha.
She's got. I want to try to pull the one that's going towards the cafeteria towards me.
You could try making a whole bunch of noise and see if that'll get its attention.
Do I have anything around me that I can use to make noise?
Did you bring your stuff out from the room when you went down
Yeah.
to the cafeteria? Okay.
Yeah, she's got her bag.
In that case, you have your equipment. So whatever you had in your inventory at the time.
All I have is my necklaces that Wraith gave me.
Get your fingers in your mouth and blow.
You could try whistling at it. You could bang on the walls. Do you got a flashbang on you?
You got 2 feet and the ground underneath you too.
I do have flashbangs.
You got hands to clap.
Oh, I have noisemakers.
Oh god.
Noisemakers will do it.
Sure. Okay. How far is it in front of me? Is it like right above me?
It's about 15 feet above and ahead of you.
Can I throw noisemakers in that direction to see if I can get it to come out?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, that's what I want to do.
Go ahead and roll your shoot.
My shoot is not good.
Your shoot doesn't need to be high. It needs to be a 2 or better to throw it as far enough for it to hear.
Is that a 2 or a 1? That's a 1. That's not good. Oh, okay.
All right. Go ahead and roll me a provoke. Remember that the noisemaker does give you a boost.
What does that give me?
Noisemaker. Actually, never mind. You don't need to roll a provoke. You hear the skittering stop altogether. You hear a thud, and then you see as ahead of you, about 25, 30 feet ahead of you, not quite at the cafeteria, but close to it, you see the ventilation grate fall out of the ceiling and clatter to the ground, and then something long and serpentine starts to descend out of the ventilation shaft.
Okay, it doesn't see me yet, does it?
It doesn't, but it must occur to you at this point, at least, that you heard it about 15 feet ahead of you. You see it 30 feet ahead of you as more and more of this thing continues to descend out of the ceiling.
Oh, that's fun, isn't it?
It is about 15 feet long.
It's like 30 feet ahead of me.
Its head is. Its tail wasn't.
Oh, where's its tail?
It was only 15 feet ahead of you, and it is now moving away from you and coming out of the ceiling as another foot of Furby and another continues to extend out, and you see it finally slump to the ground, kind of like a snake falling down. And it slowly starts to uncurl itself as you hear the low pseudo-electronic, like rasping sound of something trying to sniff that doesn't have nostrils.
Okay.
It has not seen you yet. It is inspecting the burnt remains of your noisemaker.
Okay. We don't know how to kill these things, do we?
You sure don't.
Oh, this is unfortunate. Oh, look, I'm missing the consequences of my actions.
Alex did mention
Blunt force trauma.
Blunt force trauma.
I could hit it really, really hard. That's about it.
That's the plan.
Yeah, that's my plan. So, is there a way that I could like get up to it and get a sneak attack on it before it notices me?
Roll a stealth.
Oh god.
Wraith, we need larger Tupperware containers now.
You're not keeping it.
Shut up, I'm not talking to you.
Can I use semi-lit for advantage?
Yes, you can use semi-lit and get an advantage on it.
Cool. So I can just roll twice.
Yep. All right.
Thank you, Rin.
Always a pleasure to be of service. I'm gonna go get my Tupperware now.
Get one of like the 20-gallon ones.
Oh, the Florida Man brand. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Is it gonna roll anything or?
Yeah, in just a sec.
Okay. If I get close to it, I have another thing I want to do before I hit it.
Well, let's see if it notices you first.
If it notices me, I'm just gonna hit it. Oh.
You are able to sneak up to it. What do you do?
Okay, I want to burn a fate.
Okay.
And activate at home in a bar fight.
Okay.
To boost my fight.
Okay. Go ahead
And my gloves give me. And my gloves give me +1 as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna punch this thing in the head.
All right, go ahead and punch it. Just remember, this is the one shot you get on it where it cannot fight back, and that's not going to be the case anymore. Okay. You smash this thing in the head, and it flies backward and kind of rolls over on itself, lands in a heap on the ground, and then for a moment it doesn't move. And it simply...
Can I move?
You took a move action to close the distance between you and it.
Okay.
You have a free action left if you want to talk some shit at it.
Yeah, she'll talk some shit at it, I guess.
You say.
Well, my shit talking has been so off lately.
I mean,
I don't know.
Like elderberries.
You could literally say, my shit talking is so off, but you bitch.
What?
Ren said that you could tell it smells of elderberries.
She'll tell, yeah. Yeah, sure. It won't understand. But sure.
It's a time-honored taunt. A classic.
Always a classic.
Kira gets me.
I do.
How long does Hell in a bar fight last?
It lasts for the duration of the conflict.
Okay, cool.
Okay, that's Kaede.
So I have a boosted +3 to my fight right now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just gonna write that in my notes so I remember. Cool.
Okay. Benji, you're up. What do you do?
Benji is trying to listen to see if he can hear anything moving right now.
Roll me a notice. Danger sense does apply.
Okay. Since he stacked before they headed out, can we hit our second stack yet?
No, you cannot.
Okay.
You don't hear anything.
Okay. Question.
Yes.
He has his stalker phone.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have any of the contacts for anybody in that phone aside from stalkers?
Who did you associate aside from stalkers? Because you didn't really have many other people that you would want to keep in your phone that weren't already in the song, did you?
Not really. It was a crapshoot of whether or not he might have any contacts for anyone that they've met since leaving.
No, you don't.
Okay. He's gonna pull his scarf off and kind of loop it down a little bit and kind of have it at the ready, since Aurelia heard something and he heard just a little bit of movement. Can I hold the rest of his action for if something changes?
Yes, you can.
Okay, and hold the rest of the action then.
Okay. Martha slumps back against the wall as Angelo loses grip on her. And she goes to grab the fallen tray off of the ground and hit this thing with it. And she hits it.
Woo! Go, Martha.
Okay. Angelo, rather the one that you're facing down, Wraith, pauses as it looks between you and Martha and has to make a decision as to who it's going to attack. That is Martha's action. Next up on deck is Aurelia and Benji. Roll me a notice.
Okay, danger sense, I'm guessing.
Yes. Okay. Aurelia and Benji, the two of you are walking towards where you assume there's probably a nest. And as you are going, Aurelia, you hear it at the last second as one of the grates overhead opens up and something snakes out and attacks you. Aurelia, roll me your defense. Anthony's trying, but he's not doing very well.
Anthony is following after the skills of his namesake.
Listen, he's the youngest. Give him a break.
I'm good. I'm glad I used athletics to use that as a fight.
Okay, you managed to basically completely evade this incoming attack. Benji, this triggers your action. What do you do?
Great. Can Benji grapple it with the scarf?
Sure. Go ahead and roll me your physique.
Okay.
It is going to roll its athletics.
Let me check and see.
Okay. Benji.
Yeah.
You whip out your scarf, you wrap it around this thing, and it rears back and starts to shriek and then starts to run and begins to drag you with it.
Okay.
Aurelia, the creature is dragging Benji away from you and down the hallway. And that is Anthony's turn.
Hey, you come back here. That's not Jack.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Well, at least with the good grapple, and I actually rolled the wrong number. It would be higher too.
I know. It's 10.5 feet long.
I know.
It's bigger than you.
Oh, I understand that. No, it's the at least Benji has a successful grip on it. That's the thing.
Whether or not that's good or bad for you, you will find out soon.
Yeah.
Okay, that's Anthony's turn. Baxter, what do you do?
Yes. After he's done yelling about the Furbies, he's gonna go over to Wraith and fight that one.
You see Wraith down the hallway. You're gonna have to roll in athletics to get close. You see Wraith down the hallway. You see Martha a little further ways over. You see her hit Angelo with a lunch tray. You see Angelo sort of writhing and shifting as it rears up to try to decide which one of them it wants to attack. Angelo's gotten bigger.
Since we last saw him? Great.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that they can grow.
They're just strings of toys that they...
Aren't they your creation, Luke?
No, I
Technically
just I illustrated it. That's all.
Okay.
Are you going to attack Angelo?
Yes, but first I have to roll athletics, right?
You do need to roll your athletics. Difficulty is a 6 to get in range.
I'm going to boost that.
Okay, with what?
Speedy.
Burn the fate. Mark it as boosted.
Okay.
Okay, you get close to Wraith. You see Angelo is there. You see Martha's there. You want to attack this thing?
Who has the tray?
Martha does.
Okay. Is there anything around?
There's a plate. There's a hot dog. There's some French fries. The plate is broken. The hot dog's on the floor. It is sauce side down.
He'll take the plate
Okay.
and like try and use it as a knife. But he's gonna hold the edge of the plate where it's not broken.
Okay. I was about to tell you to roll your physique to see if it cuts you.
No.
Go ahead and roll your attack.
What stack are we on?
You are still on your first stack.
Okay.
Okay, you hit it. And you cut one of the Furby heads clean off.
Shink.
Okay. Do you do anything else? Is that everything, Baxter?
Yeah.
Okay. That's Baxter's turn. Angelo, rather. Too many A names here. Angelo, emits what sounds like a digitized shriek. It is like many Furbies crying out in agony on dead batteries. And it sort of curls down and around its severed head, one of its severed heads anyway. And the legs start to tear it apart and incorporate the electronics back into its body. You see the electronics like slip and slide underneath the tattered remains of whatever its skin had once been and the fur that Furbies have, as it cannibalizes itself and reintegrates back into the rest of the creature.
That is so cool.
You're right, that is not cool.
So no, we're sticking it in a Tupperware and taking it.
No.
Uh,
But I already got the Florida man size.
Kaede.
Yeah.
You had the advantage of stealth for a little while. The element of surprise is no longer with you. As Alphonse kind of uncurls itself again, it slowly slinks back up. You see it like a wet noodle almost flop its upper heads over itself, slap against the ground, and then slowly start to lift off of the ground. As the heads start to slowly reconfigure, they turn in this formed body. The eyeballs all roll in their sockets, all brilliantly glowing red, as all of its legs start to uncurl out from underneath its body. Its spidery, many dozens of legs sort of clacking each other, as it then screams at you and charges.
Yay.
Alphonse goes into a rage.
Oh, fuck.
Roll your defense.
Oh, this is bad.
hold on, are you eating, Katie?
I'm picky. Leave me alone.
Jam surprise!
I'm surprised.
I'm panic eating.
Nah, it just is. It's the GM surprise.
Oh.
Kaede, this thing slams into you and knocks you over, but its body is so heavy now at this point that it races past you. You take 5 shifts of bludgeoning damage. How do you want to soak that?
Are the Furbies made of metal?
Some of them. Parts of them, yes.
I'll take 4 physical stress and then I'll take a mild consequence.
Your mild consequence is scrapes.
Cool.
As you scrape your knees on the concrete.
Cool. I want you to know. I'll just send it to you. It's fine. It's fine.
All right, that is Alphonse's turn. Jean.
Yes.
It is now your action. You've got one of these creatures that had come at Izzy briefly, and now you've got this thing in front of you. What do you do?
Am I still holding the tray?
You are still holding the tray. It is trying to retreat back up into the ceiling.
Can I? So is it just one long fruit, or are there like visible like points where like it conjoins with each other?
This thing is made out of a dozen or more Furbies. Each of the long Furbies is made out of multiple Furbies. It is like multiple Furby heads that are strung together by wires and tattered Furby fur. It is an abomination unto God.
Jean's gonna look, kind of figure out, kind of like guess where's a good spot to try and like cut it off with the tray. He's probably just gonna swing and hit it, laterally to try and cut off the link.
Just try and sever some of the heads apart.
Yeah, and if it kind of like lingers, he's going to eventually bring it down.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me an investigate. We'll see if you can find a weak point. If not, you're going to take a wild swing.
Gotcha. Investigate. Yeah, 1.
You think you might see a joint between the legs, like where the body's articulating itself as a point where it can bend. You think that's where you can hit it. At the very least, it's your best option.
Okay. Yeah, Gene's going to go for that.
Go ahead and roll me your fight.
The 3.
And it is retreating, so it is going to roll with disadvantage because you hit it already once. Okay, you hit it. You don't sever it, but you do cut some of the wires at that point. And part of its leg, or like part of the 4 legs that are immediately around the joint that you hit, all start just convulsing wildly. And it's not able to use those legs anymore, but it is freaking out now. As it stops halfway through its retreat and then decides that it's just going to come into the room now and slowly starts to descend out of the ceiling.
That's... I don't know what else I expected.
Izzy screams and runs away from that spot on the ground, and races over to find the nearest heavy object she can find.
Cool. There are other people still in this cafeteria, right?
They're clearing out now, as a couple of people scream. Some people go and dive and hide in the kitchen. A couple of the hosts in the room get to their feet and start to back you up and kind of move in behind you.
Cool. Gene kind of like glances back and is like, we're gonna pull it down, and we're just gonna do a very, very kind of topical way of executing this thing. We're just gonna pull it apart.
All right, I hate it, but let's do it.
Cool.
Okay, you've got your allies. We're back at the top of the turn order. Wraith. All heads or tails?
Can I panic stack yet?
Not yet, it's not your turn. It's Angelo's turn.
Tails.
Heads or, you said tails?
Yeah.
It goes at you. As Angelo throws its head back and shrieks and charges and also goes into a rage.
Oh, fun.
Roll your defense.
What do I have high? Please hold. Just meander over here. I am not boosting the right stat for this. Yeah, I guess I'm rolling athletics. E6.
Okay. You take 1 shift of damage as Angelo whips out at you, and you narrowly manage to avoid the bulk of its attack, but it still clips you on the way by. Basically, it tries to charge you and tries to knock you down, but it whacks you in the back with its tail as it passes.
He wants to fight dirty. That's okay. I can fight dirty too.
That is Angelo's turn. Up next is Aurelia. Benchy's getting dragged.
Quick, somebody catch that Sauron.
Audacious. Aurelia will just get dragged along as well. She has no weight.
So you're gonna try and grab it, and you're also gonna get dragged.
Well, cannot leave her mental alone, right?
Man,
We are
just-
the most effective hunters ever.
Besides, guess what? Aurelia still has the switchblade from Wraith. She can still use that thing.
Is the hunter just rolling his eyes somewhere?
She's going on the hunt to leave her bitch. She's
He's-
trying.
Sighing. I mean, she is trying. She's hunting. She's pursuing. Kind of.
It's the start of a hunt.
It's in the spirit of a hunt.
Exactly. And it's something that's definitely stronger, or at least longer than her.
Even better is
Yes.
the aspect
lot
I
of things
used
are.
to
Hunt the
even better is
long.
the aspect I used
Hunt
to
the
invoke
long.
the feast.
Hunter leans over to RTD. Can I have some of that popcorn?
RTD is probably just staring off in the wall, just hands it over. This one's so broken.
I used that aspect you used against me this time as my activation for the feast.
Aurelia, go ahead and roll me your athletics. You go and jump to grab this thing. Let's see if you grab on.
Probably not.
You grab onto it, but it is dragging you. Aurelia and Benji, you are both now being dragged out of this area by this enormous monster.
Cool. Which
Cool.
way are we heading?
Maybe
Down the
camp-
hallway.
Are we heading where Aurelia was suspecting there could be a nest?
Yes, you are.
Aurelia, you're a genius. This also might be a problem, guys.
You cannot hear it, but I'm having a blast right now.
Benji and Aurelia are getting dragged down the hallway.
I
Next up.
still have a knife if I need it.
All right, that's what Aurelia's doing. Wraith, you just got tail whipped by a Furby monster. What do you do?
Okay, I have a plan.
Uh-huh.
What is Angelo's texture?
Awful. What do you mean?
Does he have spiky bits?
He has lots of bits. Some of them are spiky, some of them are squishy, some of them are furry, some of them are damp. Don't ask.
Are some of them metal?
Yes.
Okay, so the first thing Wraith is gonna do is move a few steps, and he's going to activate Unstoppable for
Okay.
Baxter and Martha,
All right.
and he's going to reach into his pocket, and he's going to remove his flashlight.
Okay.
He's then going to tackle Angelo, or at least get close enough to have it in a, not so much as a grip, but he doesn't want it to get away.
Okay.
And he's going to jam the top of this flashlight into one of these spiky bits and turn it on.
Are you
trying to
trying-
electrocute it?
Yes.
Okay. We'll see how this goes. All right. Your first roll then is going to be your athletics to jump at it, and then you're going to need to roll a physique to actually grapple it.
Please hold. So, athletics, that's gonna be.
Okay, you catch up to it. Roll me your physique.
This is the part that's going to suck. 2. Not bad. Because I can't boost my physique yet.
Not yet. You still have a lot of physical therapy to go through.
This is fine.
Because this is more an environmental hazard than it is really contested, do you want to boost that?
I will boost it.
Okay, what do you boost with?
I'm gonna boost with. I should mark the ones I've used. I'm gonna boost it with solving this with violence.
Okay, go ahead and mark it.
Oh yeah, can I stack again?
You may now add your next stack, as it is your turn.
I'm gonna save it because Firefox hates me. Would boosting be enough, or do I need to reroll?
Boosting will be enough.
Okay.
It rolled a 4. You just need to beat a 4.
Okay. And then he's going to try to shock this thing into submission with a flashlight.
Okay. This flashlight that you're carrying is not a hugely high voltage or high wattage flashlight. It is going to come down to a game of luck as to whether or not it's going to work in your favor. Go ahead and roll me a random.
At least we'll succeed in taking it off, maybe. 511.
Roll again.
760.
Angelo's body goes rigid and then convulses with you on it as it starts to flail. And some pieces of its awful fluff start to smolder a little bit. Because it is not made out of cotton in any capacity, it does not burn, however. It simply melts and smells horrible. Because these are made exclusively of polyester.
Yeah.
That is Wraith's turn. Alex.
Yep.
You are working up in the control room. You still digging through damages to see what's going on?
Yeah, and like help her make a list of what supplies they need to get on their supply run while she's working.
Okay, go ahead and roll me another mechanics. Okay. You can see there is an extensive amount of damage done, and some of this seems to have been done by hand. You can tell that a lot of this is intentional sabotage. Some of it seems to have been accidental. You see there are frayed wires in some areas. You see that there are a lot of like gashes and knife wounds. You're not 100% sure what would have caused this or who would have done it. It could have been, the Snatchers. It could have been somebody working for Scarlet. It could have been the awful Furbies that are carrying knives. Any one of those is options. You know kind of what parts you need in order to do these repairs. You know that there's a lot of the casing of the of the electrical assemblies that are going to need to be replaced. A lot of fuses have been blown. A lot of wires need replaced. Some of the circuits probably could use replacing. So you're able to start making an exhaustive list of what you need to do to get this done.
Okay. And she has like her toolkit stuff she uses on her drone, so whatever she can repair with those tools, she'll try to.
Okay, go ahead and roll me one more mechanics.
And do I need to boost it?
It's gonna take you a lot of time, so I would not recommend boosting it now, because this is like a series of rolls that you're gonna have to make.
Okay.
All right, you start working on the damage for what you can repair. So some of the stuff that's simply you just need to do wire bypasses, or any of the damage that you can just kind of cut away or reconfigure. You're able to start working on that.
All right, sounds good. She'll just be working on that. Completely oblivious to everyone else fighting.
Completely oblivious. You still have no idea what the hell's going on. Okay, that's Alex. Next up is, unfortunately, Edward. As Edward attempts again to retreat back up into the ceiling, Jean, because it is in your range, you have a reaction as well as two of the hosts that are with you. So you can try to stop it. It's rolling its physique to pull away. You can roll your physique to pull it back.
All right. That's exactly what he's gonna do.
Roll it.
5.
It's a stalemate. And we'll see if one of the hosts can throw in for you. He's trying. Okay. You manage to pull the Furby a couple of feet back down out of the vent as it's trying to scramble back in. You see its legs start to uncurl up along its body. The ones that are up at the top there are still trying to scratching at the vent to try to get purchase, to grab onto it and have a hold, but it is having a hard time getting away from you. And that is all Edward is able to do this round. Kaede. You made this thing mad. What do you do?
I did, didn't I?
Sure did.
If I move out of its range, is that gonna get a hit on me?
It will have an opportunity to attack you, yes. Or at least to try to stop you.
I want to run towards Rin. Or Wraith. I want to run towards Wraith.
Okay.
Or where I heard Martha, at least.
Okay. So you're gonna need to roll contested athletics. It's going to try to stop you, and prevent you from leaving.
Okay. Can I add another stack?
Yes, you can.
4, 5, 6. Okay.
Okay, you managed to get away from it. You're able to go partway down the hallway. You are a good ways away from everyone else, having run back to kind of stop Alphonse from moving forward. And so you round the corner and you see Martha sort of standing there with a lunch tray, hobbling after this creature that is way up ahead in the hallway, that is shrieking and lighting up like a Christmas tree while Wraith is sort of riding this thing.
Kaede does not look good. She looks at Wraith and she's kind of out of breath. She's like, Wraith, there's another one. I tried to fight it.
Wraith is way down the hallway. He can't hear you.
Is he?
Yeah.
Fuck. Is
Martha
how
Martha
close
is closer to you. She's about 10 feet away from you. Wraith is about 30 feet away from you.
Okay.
Okay, guys, I'm riding it.
He's rodeoing it. Hubba hubba.
Martha, there's another one. It's following me.
Oh, hell.
Why'd you bring it this way?
Better than
Is
taking it
Baxter-
back.
Baxter is with them.
Baxter's with you, yeah. Baxter's also fairly close to Martha. He can hear you.
What was I supposed to do, Baxter?
Run
I
the
can't
other
take
way
another-
to other people.
So it can catch me?
Go the other way. That's what you were supposed to do.
Okay, well then I'll just run the other way then. I mean,
The other way has children. No. The other way is the cafeteria where people are, she says, irritated to Baxter.
That's
Do you
also
want...
where some of our team is too.
No, it's not. Everyone else left.
it's fine. I can run it. I did it before.
Run it and see if we can take care of this one and then loop it back around. I don't think this will kill it.
I can tell you if it hits me again, I can't take another hit.
Hell.
Peanut Gallery says you have unstoppable.
Sure do. You could kick on Unstoppable and see how much damage you do before it wears off.
That's true. Just pop Unstoppable and beat the shit out of it until it goes away and then run.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Fuck. Okay. Yeah.
Martha will ready the tray table again and look over at Angelo. Go ahead.
She's gonna yell at Wraith, if you die, I'm gonna be very mad. And start running back towards where it was and pop Unstoppable.
Okay. You see it running down the hallway at you.
Okay.
You will.
So I can't take damage, right?
You cannot take damage while Unstoppable is active, no.
Okay, cool.
You got one
Yeah,
thing left that you can do. You've got your full action left. What do you do?
Can I hit it this round?
From here, you cannot, but you could hold your action for it to get close to you again, and then you could react.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, you hold your action.
I did stack, right?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Benji.
Can I build my second stack?
Yes, you can.
Okay, awesome.
What do you do? You're getting dragged. How you doing?
Yeah. Well, the great thing is that the scarf is a free grapple, and free assistance to that. So he's probably trying to make sure that he's got his heels hit for skidding, and if it's going straight down the hallway, honestly, hey, Pit Boss? Yeah, can you let any other of your hosts know that, we've got one of these fuckers here?
What in the fuck is happening?
You know, Eidolon infection of Furby abominations.
Alright, hang tight.
What the fuck else am I gonna do?
Let go.
Yeah, why would I do that? We're getting dragged, but it's going to one of the places Aurelia identified. There should be more of them.
You're headed towards a nest.
Yeah.
As RTD says this, the two of you are yanked into a much larger room that has no lights on, with the exception of a single red light that's kind of swaddled amidst a writhing mass of wires and chaos.
That's not just... Fuck. That is a nest. How... When you say writhing, are you talking moving like serpents around each other, living?
Yes. I do mean writhing to the fullest extent.
Just realized the horrible thing. Aurelia might even see more than she wants to see right now.
Wait, hold on. Do you mean undulating?
The immense undulation.
No, I think writhing is the correct word for this.
Nice try.
It's okay. She's gonna kill me later.
Hmm.
Does it stop moving once we've gotten dragged into this room?
It does not.
Where is it pulling us?
Towards the writhing mass of cables and offal.
Is there anything like a pillar or a pipe or any sort of obstruction in the room that Benji can try to grab onto and use as a resistance to pull it from rejoining that mass?
Roll me a random.
Okay. I think that's a real big no.
You reach out to try to grab what looks like a pipe sticking out, and you grab it and pull it towards you and see that it is a broken pipe. It's just broken PVC, and you toss it to the side, and it continues to drag you towards the writhing mass.
Okay. Aurelia, are you armed?
Well, I have a switchblade, but I don't think this will get far.
That's not going to get us too far. Okay. Can Benji try to dig his heels in and try to slow them getting pulled?
Yes, roll me a physique. Yes, roll me a physique.
Okay.
You are slowing it down, at least.
Okay. Is RTD still there?
Yes, he is.
Pit boss, we found the nest actually.
Yeah, I see that.
We're gonna need, I don't know,
Mhm.
sledgehammer?
I'll see what I can do. Hang on.
Yeah. Okay.
Benji, did you do anything else?
I don't think there's anything else he can do.
Okay.
Because I can't activate a deck. Can't activate what you don't have.
You sure cannot.
The only one he has would probably be a lot worse to have to activate, so
Probably.
that's the oh shit scenario problem.
I don't think that would help you in this context. Fucking off through a red door wouldn't do you any favors.
No, but the athletics boost could be pretty nice.
I don't think it'll help.
Let me have my Heart of Hearts stream. It's the only thing I have.
Okay.
Can I hold the rest of my action?
Yes, what are you holding for?
Honestly, what he's going to be holding for is if something tries to make a swipe or a grab at Aurelia, he's going to try to intercept or back her up.
Okay. All right, that is Benji. Martha is watching this chaos to see what the hell's going on, and will hold her action to see if Angelo continues moving once Wraith is done electrocuting it.
Power of D batteries compels you. So I imagine he's getting all kinds of stabbed and electrocuted, but hey, he's got unstoppable, so it doesn't hurt yet.
Yes. Okay. Anthony starts to slow, partly because Benji is dragging it back, and partly because it has reached the nest again. And Aurelia and Benji, both of you are probably now starting to become aware that this thing, this creature that you've been dragged by, is not fully aware that you're there. It doesn't have nerve endings. It can't feel you. It just thinks that it's slowing down, and so it went back to the nest to have itself looked at and possibly repaired.
Oh. Hey guys, I think we found where the electronics are in the space. I think
It's
there's a problem though.
possibly. It slowly skitters towards the writhing mass of baby heads and eyeballs and parts of a microwave that probably shouldn't have been taken apart, and maybe you're getting low-grade radiation poisoning, but who knows?
Oh my god.
We've lived through Red Acre. We're
Uh-huh.
gonna die young anyways.
And Angelo slows and bows its head. Or Anthony did, sorry. Baxter, what do you do, buddy?
Baxter's also going to watch Angela, was it?
Angelo is the one that Wraith is doing a cowboy with.
Yeah, he's gonna prepare to fight if it doesn't go well.
Weenie, I'm weenie.
Okay, so you also hold your action.
Yeah. Do we also get another stack?
You can build another stack, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Baxter holds.
Yep.
Kaede, Alphonse is charging down the hallway at you as you go to sprint at us. or as you go to sprint at it, and it goes to attack you.
Okay.
You can retaliate after its action. So your held action will trigger at that point.
Okay.
So it's going to attack. It is in a rage still.
Oh, oh, yay.
Go ahead and
I'm
roll.
going to parry. I'm going to parry.
Okay. You block the attack. Your knuckles would hurt, but you know what? Unstoppable. So you can go ahead and attack. Go ahead and take your action.
This is a Dark Souls.
Dodge roll, attack. Dodge roll, attack.
Pretty much.
It blocks.
God. Can I boost or?
It's wearing a cup.
It's got
It's
several
made
cups.
out of cups.
Ew. Hope they're not used. Anyway.
Different kinds.
What?
Wow, I was thinking like drinking cups.
Oh, hang on. I rolled its attack for that. That should not have been that. This is this. Okay. All right, you hit it.
Okay, can I use? Would Killing Blow do anything to this thing?
No, you haven't had it. It doesn't need to take consequences because it is an entity,
Okay.
as opposed to a person. So Killing Blow wouldn't do much here. Or Killing Stroke, rather.
Can I use Heavy Hitter to stun it?
Yeah, you can do that. You can reduce your shifts by 1, and you can apply a stun to it so that it forfeits its next action.
I'll do that.
Okay. Go ahead and burn the fate.
I'm using my skills.
About time.
Shut up, Rin.
Okay. That is Alphonse and Kaede. Last but not least, Gene. What are you up to, buddy?
Oh, we have it, right? We're pulling it down. We're in the
You-
process of it.
You are in the process of yanking it back out of the ceiling.
Can Jean gauge how much more effort it would be to fully pull it down?
Yeah. Roll me an insight.
Sure.
Also, you see Izzy scamper into the kitchen and you hear clanging and you're not sure why.
Jean kind of like glances over, is like, I'm sure she'll say something about it in like 13 seconds. Oh, -1.
At least it's not an omen.
Hey, it's just an inside. It's just an inside check.
At least it's not an omen. You have no idea. This thing is long and it's kind of stringy, and it attacked your sister. You don't know how much it's going to take, but you're ready to tear the shit out of this thing.
Cool. How tall is this room? I never asked.
It's about 10 feet from floor to ceiling.
Wow. Okay, so this thing's way more than 10 feet then.
It's at least 13 feet long.
Gotcha. Jean looks to the others. All right, we're gonna bring it down. Give me a second. I'm climbing up.
You're gonna climb it?
He's gonna climb it and then just like yank.
All right.
Surely it can't hold. If I don't bring it down, you two are climbing too. We're bringing it down.
Okay. So you're climbing the Furby.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll me your athletics.
Sure. Give me that 6.
Jesus. All right, you climb it. You're able to climb almost to the ceiling on this thing. And you see the back of its head. It's not much of it is still in the vent. There's maybe another foot or two in there. And you see it is scrambling to try to claw itself back inside. But it's having a very hard time. You hear the commotion of the door of the kitchen swinging open. You see Izzy pushing a cart.
What you got?
And a pot full of water.
Oh!
As Izzy has found a 5-gallon stock pot and filled it with water and put it on a cart.
Izzy, are you gonna try drowning the Furby?
Probably.
Jean just kind of like looks to everyone else. Can someone help her? I'll try to pull it out from the top.
One of the hosts just kind of scratches his head and is just like, yeah, sure. Jean, are you gonna try to attack this thing up here?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you do?
Just pulling counts as.
You could do a grapple attack to try to pull it down, or you could hit it and see if you can, like, dislodge it from its grip.
Grapple requires physique, right?
Yep, grapple's physique, hitting it is fight.
Alright, well, Gene's already up here. He'll just grapple it and try to, like, yank it down.
Okay, you can also use grappler for this if you've got that.
Gene didn't bring it.
Not a grappling hook, the stunt grappler.
Oh. I have that!
You may use that.
Alright.
Okay, go ahead and roll your physique. Roll your grapple attack.
Alright, give me a sec. It's a 4.
You yank and hold on tight, and it starts to slip out of the ceiling, sliding backwards and scrambling to grab on, but it loses hold, and the two of you start to drop. That is the end of the round.
As he falls, is like, oh. I thought maybe a half step ahead, not a full step. Can I position it to where I give him the people's elbow?
I will allow you to prepare that position.
All right, he's just preparing as they fall, and he's gonna give the people's elbow or the rock bottom. Who knows?
Okay. We end today's scene with Benji and Aurelia standing in a darkened room, bathed in deep red light, as the creature that they are holding on to comes to a stop and bows its head, and two massive spidery legs push up and out of the writhing mass and press to the ground and drag a line in it as it starts to get closer and closer to the creature that had dragged them here. It spears that creature through the head and starts to pull it into the mass. And that is where we drop the curtain for today.
Oh, fuck.
Hey, yo.
You might want to let go of your scarf next time.
No,
Next
Izzy
time, you know.
tie-dyed it!
Ah! just, Izzy will get a new one, and we'll be fine.
No, that's special. It's made to kill people.
Wow.
No.
I mean, it is.
Yeah, and it's about to kill you.
Well, at least you found the nest.
If you will not let go of the scarf, I will cut it with that switchblade.
The switchblade will have one use.
It's fine.
Well, we started off the season with a bang.
Yeah.
And a
so much for
scream,
a
and a
light
clang.
season.
We found the nest.
You did find the nest,
Not
yeah.
my fault.
You take those.
Still got battery power. It's fine.
You got battery power. My phone is spinning in a corner somewhere.
Now I'm using a flashlight.
I'm still glad that Aurelia can kind of see in the dark. Hey, guess what? We're in a dark room.
Yeah, you can see. It's not fun what you can see, but you can see.
She can see way too much.
Probably wish you couldn't.
Benji just hearing Aurelia whimper somewhere, like, well, went out of it.
All right. Say goodbye to chat, everybody.
Bye, guys.
So, This was an interesting start to the season. We started on a different track than what was originally planned because a couple of our major players are out with computer issues and other obligations. Next time, though, not next week, but the week after. So we will be back on the 12th of August with the rest of the Dawnbreakers to see if they can rid their new base of pests. Pests is in quotation marks. And figure out what the plan is for the deliberative. In the meantime, thank you guys so much for tuning in tonight. It was super appreciated. We'll catch you next time. Have a good night and stay awake.